street shit, man, we watching Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we call on Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we watching Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we call on Maas.
Lab Addicts Music Group.
This is Conversations with Maas.
Lab Addicts Music
You know
Group.
what time it is? This is Conversations with Maas. Subscribe now. Lock in. Let's go. Real shit, street shit, man, we watching Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we call on Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we watching Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we call on Maas.
Lab Addicts Music Group.
This is Conversations with Maas.
Lab Addicts Music
You know
Group.
what time it is? This is Conversations with Maas. Subscribe now. Lock in. Let's go. Real shit, street shit, man, we watching Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we call on Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we watching Maas. Real shit, street shit, man, we call on Maas.
Lab Addicts Music Group.
This is Conversations with Maas.
What's goody, what's goody, what's goody? What's going on, y'all? It's your boy Maas. And this is Adult Conversations with Maas. And before we go any further, we've got to give thanks to the Most High for allowing us to see another day. Now that we've done that, we can get to business. On your way in, hit the like button. Share this video. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Tonight, we're talking about 40 years old and unmarried. Whose fault is it? And the reason I'm bringing this up is I've just been seeing a lot of commentary about what men don't do, about what women want to do, about what women aren't going to do. And then these women have the nerve to ask, why am I single? Why can't I find a man? So we're going to talk about it tonight. And I've been slacking the last 2 or 3 shows. And that's because I had some other things going on. But now that is smooth, I've been able to do my little research that I do for my show. So, with that being said, it's been a lot going on. Roxanne's Kitchen. Hey, if y'all ain't checked out Roxanne's Kitchen, go check her page out right now. Go check out Roxanne's Kitchen. Good food, good food. Oh, did you and Queequeg get together? Did y'all go to lunch? I didn't, I haven't had a chance to ask Caramel Sweets about your food and what y'all did when y'all met. So next time I talk to her, I'm gonna have to ask her, did you all get up when she went back to New York? But there's a lot going on in the world today. We got the helicopter that just fell apart. The propeller the whole thing just fell apart. You were sick. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. I'm glad that you are feeling better enough to come through and say hello. So The Most High was shining down on you. But we got the helicopter with the executive and all the heirs to his family's wealth. What's going on, YWG? Y'all need your gardening tips? Go check out YWG. Go check out his gardening tips. Go check out his taste tests. Go check out his page. And this guy was a real high up executive in the tech world. And accidents happen, yeah, but how many times in the last year have we heard of a high-level executive, and his entire family dying on a helicopter sightseeing trip? We just had the African billionaire who was at the Super Bowl. His entire family and the heirs to all his earthly belongings, they all died in a crash. Who gets that money? Who gets that money? And now we have the executive who was coming to New York to celebrate his wife's birthday, his children's birthday. And less than 8 hours after he arrives in New York, his helicopter falls apart. And if you've seen the video, I'm pretty sure everybody's seen the video. The helicopter, all the propellers fell off, and the fuselage, the main body of the helicopter, just. And there was National Guard or the New York Water Police or whatever that was 1 minute away from the accident, and they passed the accident and drove up 10 minutes past the accident and then came back to the accident. So, condolences to his family, but yeah, kind of sad. On top of that, we have the young man who stabbed another high school student at a track meet. And I read some articles today, and it's the first time I've ever heard of a black family getting privileged treatment. First time in my life I've ever heard that a black family was getting privileged treatment. Because the young man's lawyer argued that $1 million cash bond was too steep. So it was lowered to $250,000, and he was able to get out. And his family bonded him out. It's come out that his family lives in $1 million neighborhood. His father is the general manager of a car dealership in their city. And people are saying that he is getting privileged treatment. I think that's because he was able to get bail. He was able to get bail, so now people are saying that. First time I've ever heard of a black person getting privileged treatment. Privileged treatment. Now there are a lot of people that saying there's a lot of people saying that this young man is going to get off when all the information comes out. They're basically saying that this was a case of self-defense. Time will tell, but as you know, anything where race is involved, especially when a young black man kills a young white man, there's always going to be vitriol in that case. So people might as well buckle up. It's kind of divided along. You know, it's with situations like this, it's going to be divided among color lines. It's a shame, but you know, the family was able to raise 500,000. Well, someone created a GoFundMe account for the family, and basically the account has over $500,000 in it. Now the family hasn't touched that money. They haven't touched that money, but the money is there, and there are people that are saying that GoFundMe should close the GoFundMe account and the money should be confiscated. Why? There's been plenty of cases of people of other races other than African American who have been charged in crimes committed against African Americans. They have raised millions of dollars for their lawyer defense fund or whatever you want to call it or whatever the case. But yeah, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So there are people that are upset about that, but you know, we'll see how the court case goes. Somebody's going to say that they will receive justice, and somebody's going to say that they didn't receive justice. So it is what it is. But shouts out to everybody watching on TikTok. Shouts out to everybody watching on Rumble. Shouts out to everybody watching on X. Can't say Facebook because I closed my Facebook page down for the time being. Probably need to open it back up, but I just wanted to close it down for a little bit. And most definitely shouts out to the MA family and everybody that's watching on YouTube. Tonight we're talking about being 40 and single and complaining about it. Whose fault is it that there's a nation of women that are over 40 that are unmarried and unhappy? And a lot of blame gets placed on men, and it's no different in this case. It's no different in this case. And we're going to talk about it tonight. Yes, we are. And before we start, this is nothing personal against the ladies. This is just observations and life experiences that we'll be talking about tonight. As you can see, media takeout headline for today. Was Tracy Ellis Ross, 52 years old. She regrets never having a husband or having kids. But she's been prancing around in leotards for about the last 10 years, parading her booty across Instagram. Her and Tia Mowry, is it Tia? Which I don't know which one of the twins it is, but yeah, they've been parading. She wanted to get a divorce. She wanted to get a divorce. She had what she said. She had graduated from marriage. I didn't know you could graduate from marriage, but oh well. Yeah, can't say Twitch, but my 6-month ban on Twitch will be over the first week of May, so I will be back on Twitch. I will be back to streaming video games as well. It's been a long 6 months. I have really. We won't be having the sex show on Twitch. I apologize, Twitch. I apologize. We won't do the sex show on Twitch anymore. But yes, there's a lot of 40-year-old prancers. You can look on Instagram. You can look on TikTok. There's a bunch of silver foxes prancing, dancing, twerking, grinding, showing off those old goodies. Ladies over 40. Shaking your ass and popping your titties should not be what you should not be your go-to to get a man. You can't compete with younger women. You can't. And a lot of you 40 and over women fall into the category of thinking you're 20. Y'all listen to Sexy Red. Y'all listen to Meg the Stallion. There's nothing wrong with how you dress. I love to see how y'all dress. But act your age. You can dress a certain way and still be happy about your age. Because if you try to compete with younger women and do what younger women are doing, you're destined to lose. What 20-year-old women should not be a 40-year-old lady's go-to to get a man. It shouldn't be. And when you do try to compete with younger women and do the things that younger women do, you resort to being a throwaway or a do dirty. A throwaway or a do dirty. And a throwaway and a do dirty, it means exactly how they sound. A throwaway and a do dirty. When you're 40 years old and you try to do what 20-year-olds do on Instagram and TikTok, you are destined to be a throwaway or a do dirty. Queen Kima said, hold on now. Now you can't, I see now, you didn't hear everything I said, Queen Kima. I said there's nothing wrong with listening to the music or dressing that way, but you must still carry yourself as a older, seasoned woman. There's nothing wrong with being seasoned. Why would Tracy Ellis Ross regret not getting married or having children at 52? It took her to 52-year-olds to figure that out. Women over 40 should not be getting BBLs. Vivica Fox. For one, it's one of the getting a BBL has the highest mortality rate of any surgery that a person can get. I didn't say 40 was old. I said older. I said older. I said seasoned. I didn't say old. I didn't say 40 was old. I said older, seasoned. Why would it take Tracy Ellis Ross till she turned 52 to figure out that you need a man? Vivica Fox, Tracy Ellis Ross. There's a few others. There's a few others. They carry themselves like 20-year-old women, 30-year-old women. It doesn't work when you're over 40. I mean, you can get you a boy toy, like I said. You can do all that stuff as a 40-year-old woman and be a do dirty or throw away, if you please. But acting like that as a 40-year-old woman is not going to get you a mate. Yeah, I know the ladies gonna be mad tonight. Be mad. Refuse. I mean, mean women. Queen Kima said, "Why did it take David Banner, about the same age, to decide he wanted to?" Because it takes a man long. I've said this before. If you don't marry your high school sweetheart, the woman you were in a relationship with in college, or the woman that you meet the first 5 years out of graduating from college. If you don't get a woman in those three time frames, it's very hard for a man to find a woman. If you don't get a woman in those three time periods, because those three time periods, the women have less of an expectation for a man to be able to fully provide. You can grow together. Once you strong, independent, women get into your professions, you get hard. You get masculine. You're strong and independent. You're strong and independent. Eccentric said, then women start to live in their whore phase for decades. I'm not saying this, ladies, but I agree. If you're 40 years old and you're talking about hot girl summer, you're your own problem. If you're 40 years old and you're talking about hot girl summer and all that nonsense, you're your own problem. hot girl summer ain't gonna get you no mate. Might get you a baby, but it won't get you no mate. Men, there is no such thing as a whore phase for men. Let me take this comment out. Let me get that out. There is no such thing as a whore phase for a man. So we're gonna cut that out right there. Men don't have hot dude summer. We don't do that stuff. If you, oh, Queen Kima says she's talking about 40 plus men who are whores. Why are 40 plus men whores? Why? Because we have choices. We're making the most money. By the time we're 40, we're making the most money that we've ever made in life. And we hoped to have had a woman to be able to share that with, but it didn't happen. And you women want a man to bow down to y'all at 40 years old, and it's not happening. You gotta follow the beat of the man. If you haven't married, if you're a woman and you're 40 years old and you have not married, you gotta follow the drum beat of the man, because the man is making the most money he's ever made in his life, and yeah, but y'all don't want to follow the drum beat of a man. Y'all want a dude to follow. Y'all think, man, if you're wearing a girdle, you don't have legs to stand on to tell nobody to do nothing. Belly burner, whatever you want to call it. If you're wearing one of those, you can't tell a man nothing about what he needs to do. If you're 40 years old, you have to follow the beat of the man. Now, when you were 20, we followed you all's beat. In our 20s, our teens, our 20s, even a little bit into the 30s, we followed you all's beat. But when we start making money, no, you gotta follow my beat. Oh no. Now that's women's go-to. That these men want to be chased so bad. That's the lady go-to when men say they have choices. Eccentric said women can have a whore phase, but men don't have whore phases. No. Yes, that's all y'all. Hot girl summer, wet girl winter, whatever y'all call it, y'all have ownership of all that. Men don't have hot dude summer, hot hunk summer. No. White dudes don't have hot hunk summer, and black dudes don't have hot dudes. No. Women, y'all have ownership of all that. One song that y'all do need to listen to. Y'all need to listen to Glorilla when she say "Let her cook." She in the kitchen, let her cook. That's the song y'all need to be singing. Let her cook. That is the song y'all need to be listening to. Let her cook. And y'all need to follow, like she said, she in the kitchen. Let her cook. YWG said he started making money, they started falling in line. Caramel Sweets laughed at that. They have a love-hate relationship, y'all. So if you're in the comments and you're wondering why Caramel Sweets and why those they go back and forth every week, so just get used to it. Eccentric said that is not necessarily what that means. That is what that means. Yeah, you ladies, man. I mean, if you went through your 20s and then you went through your 30s and then you get to your 40s and what you was doing in your 20s didn't work and what you was doing in your 30s didn't work, you might want to do something different. You might want to do something different. That picture right there, that's that face y'all be making. That's the regret face. That face that Tracy Ellis Ross is making right now, that's the regret face. Because you can't be 52. You can't be 52 years old, and I mean, you can try to have a baby, but ladies, would you all have a baby over 40 years old? Or are you just getting married? If you get married at 40 years old, what are you getting married for? You can't have. I mean, do women over 40 want to have children? Because if you're not giving a man a baby, what are you giving him? If you can't give a man a baby and heir for his name to live on, what can you give him? What can you offer a man at 40 years old if you can't have a baby? You can't have an heir. Dark Star. Oh, we got Juanita Mitchell in the house tonight. Yeah, well, at over 40 years old, if you can't give a man a baby, what can you give him? A good time? No, I didn't say that I'm asking you all. I said if you're over 40 and you're getting married and it's not to procreate, what are you getting married for? What reason does a man have to marry you over 40 and you can't give him an heir? I'm listening, ladies. I sound crazy. I sound crazy. Do I want to die? I didn't say. We're not talking about me. We're not talking about men. Men can go out here and get a woman. Men are complaining about not getting a woman. Men that can't get a woman are not complaining about not getting a woman. You don't hear men complain about not getting a woman. You hear men complain about the women that they're not going to deal with. That's what you hear men complaining about. Men are not complaining about we can't get women. Women are complaining about they can't get men. So I'm asking you, a woman that's over 40 years old, that wants to get married, that can't give a man an heir, what are you giving him? I don't think I'm saying nothing crazy. Companionship and love. Passed down. Hold on. Who? Where's generational trauma coming? Who has generational trauma? Pass down the family name with No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't pass. No, a man wouldn't pass his name to a woman with generational trauma. That's why men are not dating. That's why men are not approaching women, because they don't want the generational trauma. So how is what I'm saying funny? Nothing I'm saying is funny. An heir for what? That's the problem right there. An heir for what? Don't you want your name to live on? I guess not. Men don't have to worry about their mate is on the DL. Come on, Juanita, for real. Men don't have to worry about if their mate is on the DL. What do you think most men have to pass down? For one, their name. And if they've worked hard through their life, they have some type of retirement fund to give their children a jump start on the next generation. That's what a man has to offer. And that's why women want to get married to a man. That's why women want to get married to a man. Because when he dies, you want his insurance money. That's why you have 40-year-old women having babies by 20-year-old basketball, football athletes. That's why that's a retirement fund for them. That's a woman over 40 having a baby by a 20-year-old. That is a retirement fund. And if you say it's anything other than that, you're not being genuine. We're not we're not talking about those people. We're not talking about people who are having fish fries to have funerals. Because that's a regular guy. You women don't want a regular guy, and a regular guy or a guy that has had some, that's not a guy that you women are looking at. So we're not talking about people who are having fish fries to have funerals. We're not talking about those people. I don't think anybody in the audience in here right now that's commenting this in this I don't think any of you all are gonna have fish fries for your funeral. Darstar said those type of women are insecure and petty. Right. Hey, I'm general public millionaires. I'm talking about men who have financial means. Now you don't have to be a millionaire to have $1 million worth of insurance. You don't have to be a millionaire to have $500,000 worth of insurance. Correct? Correct? Eccentric said if you had $200,000 in life insurance, how long do you think that will last when the market rent is for one bedroom is 1,000? It's $200,000 more than you had before he passed away. We're not gonna sit here and say $200,000 is not a lot of money. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. It's $200,000 more than you would have had if you weren't with that man. That's how much $200,000 is. What would you do if he didn't pass that $200,000 down to you? We can't belittle $200,000. Most of those debts, when a person passes away, most of those debts go away with the death. A lot of those credit card bills and all that stuff, if you produce a death certificate to them, that stuff goes away. You don't have to pay that stuff. Don't believe that stuff. Now, cars and stuff like that, yeah, you have to figure something out with stuff like. Either a person's going to take over the payments, or it's going to be returned to the finance company. But that debt doesn't get passed to you. Come on now, we not gonna be. Come on now, y'all talking like okay. Oh well, okay. Juanita says she knows what happened to her when her mom passed and what fell on. Mm, I can see that. I can see that. But a lot of that stuff, yeah, a lot of that stuff. If you like I said, a lot of that stuff. If you produce a death certificate to them places, they will null and void that stuff. Right? Yeah, some of yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Eccentric said, I just think it's funny that the narrative that you guys spin is that women over 40 need a man to have a. No, we didn't say that. And she's useless unless she can give. See, now you're trying to twist my words, Eccentric. That's not what I said. I said, if you are over 40, I've already said that you can, but those are hard pregnancies. It can't be done. My mother had my younger sister. She was over 40. But I will tell you, it was a tough pregnancy on my mom. But I mean, ladies, you know that having a baby, that's the closest you come to death. Women die women die having babies every day. So if I married a woman that was over 40, I wouldn't have an expectation for her to want it unless she wanted it. But I'm not going to marry a woman that's over 40 and have the expectation that I want her to have a baby. No. I know how hard a pregnancy like that can be on an older woman. No, I wouldn't want to put, no, not me. If I want to have an heir, I would get with a younger woman. See, men can tell you. Women will say, why do older men mess with younger women? Because they can have a baby. We can give you answers to the questions that you all have. But when I say, what can a woman over 40 that's not going to give a man an heir, what does she have to offer? And companionship and love is good, but women don't want that. Women want to run it. Coming up, we just passed 45 minutes in the show. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Enjoy the conversation. They're called geriatric pregnancies. Yeah, I wouldn't want a woman to have a geriatric pregnancy. I wouldn't. If I want to have a child, I'm going to look for a younger woman. See, the difference is when women ask men these types of questions, we can give you definitive answers on why we do things. Women can't. Because I still have love and companionship. And y'all will argue about that. To the women that are in the chat right now, do you feel that you were raised to be a wife, or were you raised to be strong and independent? Because you can't be both. Were you raised to be a wife, or were you raised to be strong and independent? Yeah, ladies. Why is it women can't be led? Why do y'all feel what is so bad about what is so negative to a woman about being led by men? No lady has answered that question yet. Were you all raised to be wives, or were you raised to be strong and independent? You can't be both. Strong and independent don't equal wife. Self-sufficient and see, self-sufficient is different than strong and independent. Dark Star says she was raised to be self-sufficient and to be a partner in crime. Okay. Juanita said her parents were married until she was 23. She can say she was raised to be both. You had a dad to show you what real love was. A lot of women that weren't raised in a household with a father don't understand the love of a man. Exactly. It comes to making the right choices when picking a mate. Eccentric says she was raised to never have to need a man because he'll have the power to leave you destitute. Damn, that's rough. That's rough, Eccentric. Wow. Okay, okay. Eccentric says she know how to be a wife. Okay, you know how to be a wife. Can you still do that, or do you know different now? You know how to be a wife, but will you be one? Will you be one? And when I say and see Eccentric, you've been married. I'm talking about the women who've never been. I mean, because if you've been married before, then there was something that made that marriage end. But there was love. You was open to the love of a man. A lot of these women who are single over 40 aren't open to the love of a man. They want a man to love them more than they love the man. That's why y'all do what y'all do. That's why y'all are 40 years old still out here twerking and bending over and yeah. Because you all think that's what men want. An older man don't want a woman that's out here twerking and thirst trapping with your bosom all out on Instagram. Yeah, when you get over 40, you got a bosom. Good looking. Yeah, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Yeah, man, when you over 40, you have bosom. Put your bosom up. No, Dark Star, you most definitely are not the wrong person for this conversation because you see stuff for what it's worth. And that's a lovely thing when a woman can see the fallacies in a woman. There's nothing wrong. This is the perfect conversation for you, Dark Star. It's the perfect conversation for you. Wow. YW, yeah, men fight for love. Men fight for love. Most of the time, it's the woman that's filing for divorce. Men fight for love. YWG said, in his circle, a man has never left his wife. But YWG left his, but the rest of his circle is different. Wow, Eccentric says she's waiting on her situation. It's not even a relationship yet. It's a situationship. When's the situationship gonna turn into a relationship? Juanita Mitchell says she learned to let a man be a man. And that's when she learned the love of Christ. Follow the male as he follows Christ. Yeah, your man has to give thanks to the Most High. The man has to give thanks to something greater than himself. Yeah, you know, you got people out here that's agnostic, that's atheist and stuff like that. It's hard. If you don't believe in God, I don't think I could be in a relationship with you. I'm just being perfect, and it's not something about religion or anything, but if you don't believe in God, that's a tough pill for me to swallow. It's a tough pill for me to swallow. They simply said she needs a man. She don't like pumping gas or taking out the trash. Men do that. That's what men do. That's what men do. But yeah, you ladies that's over 40 years old, you can't compete with the 20-year-olds. You can't do what the 20-year-olds do to get men because it doesn't look genuine. It doesn't look genuine. It makes you look like you got mileage on you. And don't no man want to seasoned is one thing. A woman that's seasoned is one thing, but a woman with mileage, that's a totally different animal. Being seasoned is totally different than having mileage. Y'all know what I'm talking about. We're not even gonna play. Y'all know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with being an older woman. There's something wrong with being an older thought. Men don't want no bad bitch. Men, a man in his 40s don't want no bad bitch. A bad bitch is in the club every weekend. Now, ain't nothing wrong with going to the club and going to have fun, but yeah, don't nobody want nobody that's in the club every weekend. A bad bitch. You got to get done up and going to the club oh, hell no. At 40 years old? No. Don't no man want that. Don't no man want a 40-year-old woman that's bent all over in her pictures. Let them young girls do that. That's not what a man wants in a 40-year-old woman. That's what a young dude, like I said, when you do all that stuff on Instagram and you on there thirst trapping, you on there with everything out, ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. But you're setting yourself up to be a throwaway or a do dirty. No lady wants to be a do dirty. I just think that women that are over 40, you have inflated expectations on what you want. A lot of women over 40 have inflated expectations on what they want and what they can get. Now, to each his own. You can't tell a person what they like and what they don't like. But you get what you get. You get what you get. And at 40 years old, no man wants a thought. A bad bitch. Independent, a man most definitely don't want no woman over 40 that's strong and independent. A man with some means doesn't need a woman that's strong and independent. Because he can take care of you. You just need to be docile and feminine. And ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot of you women think that being docile and feminine, it makes a woman a pick-me. If that's a pick-me, then I guess I love pick-me's. Give me a pick-me. If I have to, for me to get a woman that's fit and feminine, not even a woman that's feminine, because I like thick women. And thick ain't always If you can't be feminine at 40 years old, you're never going to be feminine. And we know this. And that's why we don't argue with y'all. If you talking about I want to get into my soft girl era, your soft girl era should be every day. Women are soft. A woman that's desired by men. If men really want a strong woman, y'all be walking around here with muscles. Now, there's men out there who like that. And ain't nothing wrong with that. But yeah, man. You can't be two strong people in no household. If it's a strong woman, then it's a soft man. Am I saying something incorrect? If it's a strong woman, it's a soft man. A lot of males like, yeah, you ain't gotta tell me. I've always liked thick women. I was in high school. Dudes was taking thick chicks to the 1220, the 1250 show. Dudes was taking thick dudes. When I was younger, men didn't even like women with titties and ass. Women, then would be I like thick women. That's what I've always liked. I'm breastfed, so I like titties and I like ass. It's what I like, and that come with a little bit of stomach. It is what it is. But I remember a time when dudes was taking thick chicks to the 1250 AM, the last movie. They didn't want to go. They only wanted to go with a thick chick to have fun. Scorp said she done her job and she done served her country. What? Oh, we got Laura Wise in the house. We got Laura Wise in the house. I got to go back through the comments and see what Laura Wise has had to say, because I know she's had to say something. You like it, but then hold on now. Darkster said, you right, but 20-year-olds can't do what no, they can't. They can't. And I'm a woman that can cook. You're right, but 20-year-olds can't do what I do. They can't cook. Darkstar can cook. Never picked up a Bible or raised kids who wasn't theirs. Hey, YWG said, I've seen one too, and it's not a pretty sight. Oh my gosh, ain't nothing worse than going to the strip club and the old lady stripper walk up. Can I get a dance? No, old lady, get away from me. Yeah, it happens. I wonder, do they have old dudes at the male strip show for the ladies? Is it an old dude walking around with a sagging Speedo, stomach sagging? Do they have dudes like that at the male strip show for y'all? Wow. YWG talking about ads. You sound like more. Oh, wow. Laura Wise, I know you have more to say than that. I know you do. Skinny men like thick women. That's a misnomer. I got some skinny cousins and they don't like thick women. hold on, YWG. Hold on, man. Hold on. Aries are not soft. We did get that out your head. Aries is not, hey man, quit playing. Quit playing. Skinny men do. I mean, I like thick women. Man, yeah. So, but yeah, you women that are over 40, you need to calm your nerves. You need to lower your expectations. Find you a man and be happy. That's what y'all need. Because you don't want to be like Tracy Ellis Ross. You don't want to be 52 years old, no children, no husband, and regretting it. You don't want to be her. You don't want to be this lady right here. You don't want to be that lady. There's all those cats around. You see us? You see us right here in the front. We looking like, man, she got all them cats. You don't want to be her at 40 years old. You don't want to be her because the look on them dogs' faces, that's the look we be having. That's the look we be having. Hold up now. Hold up now. We didn't say nothing about lowering your expectations. At 40 years old, you just ain't getting, you're not getting, I mean, you can, like, I mean, you know what? Don't lower your expectations. It's a man out there for everyone. It's a man, yeah. Yeah, man, thick women all day, all day. Double D's, yeah, all day long. Thick women. I don't think there's nothing that a skinny woman can do for me except be a pencil. We're not saying to lower your expectations. We're saying to lower the limits of what you're looking for. Now, you can still have expectations of a good man, but yeah, Lord, I mean, a lot of women should be realistic. Let's just say that. A lot of women should be realistic in what they expect in a man. Because y'all are crazy. Something's wrong with y'all. Over 40, no cats. No cats. Cat ladies. Woo, woo. Carmel Sweet says she's over 40 and the only cat she got is the one between her thighs. Boy, y'all. Whew. That's a know that. Oh my. Hey man, something is wrong with y'all. Something is wrong with y'all. Something is wrong with y'all. But no lady. I asked this question about 35 minutes ago, and no lady has answered this question yet. Were you okay? Juanita did answer. She said she was raised because she was in a two-parent household for basically her entire life until she was an adult. She said she can look at it from both ways. But ladies, were you raised to be a wife or strong and independent? And that's gonna tell us a lot. Because a lot of you ladies, if you say you was raised to be a wife, you're lying. You're lying. Roxanne says she's staying in the kitchen and she's hiding from these men. Roxanne, you're going to get somebody. Your food is too good. Your food is too good for a man not to scoop you up. It's a man that's going to scoop you up. He's going to scoop you up in the kitchen. Something's wrong with y'all. The Maas Appeal family, yeah, something's wrong with y'all. Some of y'all 5150. Some of y'all are 5150. Realism does go both ways. I think men are much more realistic in their expectations of a mate over 40. Because like I said, men aren't out here complaining about not getting women. We're complaining about not getting wives. Getting women is easy. Getting a wife, not so easy. Because a lot of women don't show themselves to be wifey material. Some of these men show themselves to not be husband material too, but we're not talking about men. We're talking about women. Because women complain about not being able to get a man and not wanting to be alone. Gino said, a cat is a cat. Yeah, but I'd rather have that cat than to have a house full of cats. No, I saw what you said, Carl Sweets. I saw what you said. You did answer. You did answer. Yeah, man, everybody in here sub to each other's pages. Cause yeah, we in here to grow. We're not in here just to have conversations. We're here to grow our YouTube pages too. So yeah, most of the people in here are YouTubers, which is a good thing. Cause yeah, YouTubers don't normally watch other people's show, but I watch everybody's show, so I appreciate y'all. Roxanne says she had a cat and his name was Leo. Well, Juanita Mitchell, I never ignore anything. I most definitely don't ignore you. Don't play. I don't ignore anything. Now, I may not say anything about the comment, but I'm not ignoring you. The comments are coming in rapid fire, especially when y'all get to talking crazy. The comments are coming in fast. I don't see all of them. I try to go back. Yeah, yep. Eccentric, you ain't never lied about that one. You ain't never, Eccentric, you probably got about 8 more years of working, and then your son's going to be in the league. Yeah, eccentric son. He on the football team. He bigger than everybody on that. He bigger than what? He bigger than some of the refs. If he get mad, he might tackle one of the refs and say it was an accident. That's how big eccentric son is. Yeah, since you got about 8 more years of working, and yeah, your son's going to the league. Wow. Juanita Mitchell said the older guys that approach her are worse than the young ones. How so? Hold on. Yeah, it's time to put the link out. It's time to put the link out. It's time to put the link out. Ladies, come on the panel. Yeah, it can be all ladies and just me. I can handle all of y'all. It's enough of me to go around. Come on the panel. Let's talk. I gotta find. I want to know because these young dudes, they just coming straight to y'all like, can I? You want? Can I? If I give you some, will you give me a PlayStation? So I want to know what an older man is doing that's worse than that. So yeah, you're gonna have to explain that one. Juanita says she done raising children. She got a 32-year-old. She's done. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Okay. Wow. Carmen Smith said these men out here trying to spray white stuff on my walls, and I'm trying to play. We not even gonna say what white stuff they trying to spray. That sounds like some baby making material. Is that what we talking about? Are we talking about baby making paste? Somebody trying to put some baby making paste on you? I saw a video. It's a dude going around spraying baby making paste on people in the subway. Now, that's a talent. If you can be on the subway walking and make your stuff, that's a talent. That's a talent. If you walking around the subway and you geeked up enough where, and there's some white stuff on the back of the lady's pants, that's a talent. Now, it's a talent that will get you put in jail, but it's a talent. Wow. Dark Star says she had a black cat named Leroy. He was black with an attitude. Sound like NWA. I love all y'all. Juanita, Carmel, Dark Star, Scorp, Laura Wise. I love the ladies. I love all y'all. I just need to be in love with one, though. But I love all y'all. What? Oh my gosh. Come on, Juanita. Ain't no older dudes doing that. First off, Juanita said, I don't like someone telling me they want to eat me before knowing my name. Oh, I would hope so. I would hope that he would want to know your name before he's putting his lips on you. Men are not approaching women like that. I'm not gonna sit here and believe a man is just coming up and say, "Hey, baby, ooh, you look good enough. Can I eat you? Can I take you out back and eat you?" No. Okay, Juanita. Yes, these men want me to have their baby, and I'm trying to hide. I tell them my mama holding my poom poom. You know what? Y'all come on here Thursday and y'all talk crazy and nasty and all that, and then Friday nights don't nobody show up for this. Nah, I can't say that. Exactly, Gino. Some of the older cats do. Yeah, some of these older dudes, some of the older cats do be extra horny in the combo. Some of these older dudes be extra horny. They be extra horny. They be extra horny. The Eccentric said the Dayton pool is pissed. Somebody peed in the water? Come on now. Come on now. It ain't that bad. The Dayton pool is not that bad. We're not going to sit here and say, ladies, y'all expectations on what y'all, what is outrageous. No, Juanita, we don't need no receipts on how good you taste. We believe you. If you say you taste good, you taste good because you look like cotton candy. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, Juanita Mitchell. I'm joking. Uh-oh, Carmel telling trap stories again. Y'all, boy, y'all. Uh-oh, Carmel Sweets had a guy today tell her he wanted me to snail ride his face. He was 55 and my Uber driver at that. He said, Carmel, you out here teasing these old men. You better stop this. You better stop it. See, y'all, y'all ladies have it like every man is out here telling, yeah, I want to eat you. I like you. I want you. I want to eat you. Wow. Tasty receipts? Tasty receipts? Boy, y'all out of control. Y'all out of control. Ladies, I'm just here to tell y'all. Some of y'all have some crazy expectations. And y'all know it. Man, some of the conversations that y'all have going on, can we save those for tomorrow night at 11 o'clock on the sex show? Yeah, tomorrow night, the sex show, 11 o'clock, where we are a little bit more wilder than on this show. This is reserved. Everybody's reserved tonight. You really want to see these people, you got to watch the show tomorrow. This is tame. I'm not sure what tomorrow's topic is going to be on the sex show, but it's going to be something sticky, wet, and a little nasty. There's nothing. Okay. Juanita said, "What is outrageous about wanting monogamy, respect, love?" There's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. But what y'all want a man to go through to get that, that's what's wrong. What y'all want a man to go through to get that monogamy, respect, love, and laughter. Y'all want the horse before the buggy. Y'all want to go to 5-star restaurants on the first date. You got 2 children and you don't want to give up no nookie. You want to hold the cookies hostage, but you got 2. You're celibate now, but you got 2 babies. You want a man to go through all that. You want a man to wait. Now, ain't nothing, but you want a man to wait. You're celibate now, but you got 2 children, but you're celibate. Make it make sense. With the stuff y'all want to put men through to get to that monogamy, respect, love, and laughter, is just a little bit too much of a high price at over 40 years old. And that's what us men are saying. Juanita says Juanita, you don't seem, I don't think you would have no problems getting a man. I mean, you're a giver, you cook, you clean. Why don't you have, Juanita, why, you're a steal. What's the problem? I'm asking the ladies now. You're a steal, so what's the problem? Juanita said, you can't put all women in one basket and then get mad when women. I didn't say that men. There are some men that, but y'all like those men. Y'all like those men. Y'all like those men. You got women out here that got baby. You got 2 women that got babies by, I can't think of the dude, but he plays for the Pelicans. He has 2 women that have babies by him, and they're fighting. What y'all fighting for? Y'all both getting a paycheck. What y'all fighting for? Because one wants to be more. Man, neither one. One of you look crazy. You got 2 big basketballs in the back of your pants, and then you got 2 big torpedoes. You look funny, and you think a man won't? No. And you got the nerve to fight over the dude. He told you he didn't want you. He gave you some money so you could have an abortion. You didn't have an abortion. You kept the money, and now you mad because this man don't want nothing to do with you. He didn't want to have a baby. He wanted to have you. He wanted to have, but then you want me to say, "Oh, well, you should have put a condom." No, you set the trap. You can't blame him. You can't set the trap and then get mad at the man that you trapped. Think about the logic in that. Think about the logic in that. A woman trapped a man by having, and you want me to get mad when you say trap, but if a man tells a lady that he don't want to have a baby with her, and she traps him, you can't get mad at the person. You can't trap somebody and then get mad when they don't want to be around you because they didn't want to be trapped. And then some of the men that you women want, if he already got 5 women, what make you think he gonna only be with you? And women don't have a problem being one of 5. You're one of 5, but you're mad. It doesn't make sense. Maybe they should have been more like Neo. Sign this document. I got 3 other girls. Y'all all gonna be a family, and if you ain't, I'll get you up through her. We gonna be one big happy family. I got Dark Star on. Dark Star. Dark Star. And yes, Dark Star.
Can you hear me?
That's why she's Dark Star. I got you, Dark Star.
Can you hear me?
What you have to say, we can hear you.
Okay. I just thought I'd jump in here real quick. I guess because I have a different perspective on things. I was a little girl who was raised by her parents, 2 parents. And even when my parents divorced, I had a stepdad and several brothers, uncles, grandparents, all ex-military. So for me, it was a point of being self-sufficient. Learn how to take care of yourself. It wasn't about being a strong Black woman and I don't need no mans and all this other stuff. It wasn't about that.
Right.
And I come from a very different era than probably most people. My sisters and brothers were anywhere between 10 and 18 years older than me, and I'm currently 50 plus.
Okay.
So they grew up in an era when they turned 18 years old, what did they do? They graduated high school, they got married, and they started their own family.
Right.
So I was used to seeing that. I was used to seeing women in very effeminate roles. But when it came to me being the 80s baby, go directly from high school to college and, have an education and a career, it was an entirely different mindset.
Yep.
So when you talk about girls today, they don't have that, how can I put it? They don't have that example of what it's like to be a woman, what it's like to have a man that cares for their family. I've got nephews right now. They got a house full of kids. I got one nephew, him and his wife have been married for over 23 years. In fact, it's probably coming up on closer to 27 right now. They got 6 kids, and he's been with the same woman. But like I said, he had a father that was ex-military. That gives you a certain amount of discipline in your life, whether it be from a male's perspective or how to treat a woman. Right. And these young boys today, they don't have that. They don't know what it's like. Most of these young boys today that I see are being raised by single emotional baby mamas. And unfortunately, they act like women.
So you're of the belief that a man needs a man around. A
Oh,
boy needs a
definitely.
man around to show him
How to
how
be
to
a
love a
man.
woman, how to be a man. Just different. I mean, and that's no discount to say that women can't raise a
No,
boy.
it's none whatsoever. My mom at various times in her life had to raise her children by herself, and I get it. But at the same time, as you know, I am a lesbian. So when I said that maybe I'm the wrong person to be in this conversation, um, I was married for 18 years to another woman.
Okay,
I was in another relationship with a woman who had a child.
okay,
And the one thing that I was always told from, older lesbians in the community, do not ever date a woman who has a child because you will never be first in their life. That child will always be first.
I think that's the same in a heterosexual relationship as well.
It's the exact same thing. I knew when
Yeah,
my stepdad, there were certain, like my father would even tell you, like, because I remember saying to my father one time, I said, Dad, in all these years, you never hit me. You never raised your voice to me. Why is that? And my father, he used to smoke a pipe, and he looked at me and he says, because your mother isn't killing me. Okay. Your mama ain't killing me. I put my hands on you, your mother will kill me. I'm not going through that. And I'm your father. I'm there to be the voice of reason for you when you make a mistake and your mother gets all over you. I'm supposed to be there to explain to you what you did wrong
right,
and how to correct it
right,
going in the future.
right. I think
Um,
I think that at some point a father he doesn't you don't put your hands on your you really don't never put your hands on your daughter as a man as a father, but there comes a point where the discipline like you said is more about talking and getting the understanding because you don't want your daughter to think that discipline is physical.
exactly. Especially coming from a man. And that's why
Right,
you have a lot of women that go out there, and the minute a man slaps them, if they've been in a household where their daddy beat them all the time, or that was something that was socially acceptable because daddy
right,
slapped mommy around, they grow up with that codependency that it's perfectly okay for a man to hit a woman, and it's not.
right. A man doesn't love me if he doesn't discipline me, and that's just total.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
When I went to college, I moved from New York back to Connecticut to go to college, and I was probably within 3 miles from my father. And my dad came to the dorm to help me move in and everything with my mom. And my mother politely turned around and told him, "This is now that she's here in Connecticut, you get to take care of her now." And my father looked at my mother like, "What are you talking about? She's 18 years old. She's moving away from home to live on campus away from home. She doesn't need me." And my mother told him, she said, "Robert, your daughter needs you now more than she's ever needed you before. She's away from home. She's in a new environment. She's got all these people around her and all these influences around her that can distract her and not keep her focused. And that's your job now."
So, Dark Star, can I
Yes,
ask you a
sir.
question?
Sure.
So, you're 50 and you're single.
Yes, sir.
Is it hard for you to find, even in looking for a mate and you're looking for a same sex mate, do you find it difficult as a 50-year-old woman to find that?
Oh, hell yeah.
Because we talk about heterosexual relationships. Let's talk about, is it hard for you to find a mate that's good for
Uh,
you?
ex- It is, and I'm going to tell you why. And a lot of people are not going to like what I'm about to say, but this is the reality of the LGB community. And I don't believe in that TQ plus stuff because I'm older and I know that there's a difference. There's two sexes, man and a woman. That's it. If you're heterosexual, you're homosexual, or you're bisexual. And if you're bisexual, you're just damn greedy, as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
Damn, they greedy. They
You don't
greedy
know
out
what you
there.
want. You just don't know what you want. And that's cool, but keep that over there on the other side of the street. Um, being a 50 plus woman looking for a relationship, I know what the expectation is within the gay community. To be at my age, you need to have certain things in place. You need to have a good job, possibly a home of your own, money in the bank. And if you don't have those things at my age, most of the people within the LGBT community don't want you because they feel you have nothing to bring to the table, which is very unfortunate because you don't know what the circumstances are in a person's life that might have caused, certain situations. And I know the type of person that I am. I've always been very hardworking, very ambitious, to try to be able to be self-sufficient, not only for me, but for my mate as well.
Okay.
But at the same time, when you look at a community that, what they call dinks, uh, uh, double income, no kids, you have that expendable income to be able to travel and to have nice things and things of that nature. And if you got one person that's up here and then another person that's down here, maybe down on their luck trying to get their life together, they don't want to be bothered with you. And that's unfortunate because these people are missing out on the love that a person can give. They're just down on their luck or they're just, going through a tough time. And
So,
it's no different in a same-sex relationship than it is in a heterosexual relationship.
so with that being said, do you gravitate? Do you gravitate to women that are closer to your age, or do you gravitate to women that are younger than you or older than you?
When I was married, my quote-unquote wife, she was 10 years older than me.
Okay. Okay.
We met, I was 25. We were together for 18 years. She was 10 years older than me.
Okay.
When we broke up and I started dating again and then I met somebody else, she was actually 10 years younger than me. Um, but at the same time,
That
you
was
got to look.
because you were at different stages of your life.
Exactly. I was at a different stage in my life, but when I look and compare the two, which, you really shouldn't compare people that way. Um, my the younger girlfriend that I had, we had so much in common. We both had the same type of educational background, the same type of job. In fact, we worked for the same company. Um, we both love sports. Every time if we weren't at work or doing something with her kid, we were at a sporting event. If a woman walks up to me the way that this woman did and told me, and I asked her, what would be your dream job? And she told me that I would want to be the offensive coordinator for the New York Giants. I fell in love right then and there on the spot.
Damn. Okay. Dark Star. Okay.
But at
Okay.
the same time, when you look at her, you're like, wait a minute, she ain't gay. Like, oh yeah, oh yeah, she right up there. But the point of the matter is, we had so much more in common as far as our backgrounds than what my wife of 18 years have. But at the same time, my wife was so loving and so caring and so uh, conducive to my needs. But what I didn't recognize about myself, and which a lot of women don't recognize about themselves, is how codependent I was. And a lot of women don't recognize, and I can't just say women, and I don't want to beat women to death, but a lot of people don't recognize the codependency,
Yeah.
recognize when they're being used, recognize that they're being emotionally manipulated. And that's what happens in a lot of relationships, and they don't realize it. And unfortunately for me, I didn't recognize how codependent I was on my family to begin with, and allow this continuous type of behavior in dating partners, that I was falling into the same trap of codependency.
So you think it was more nurture than nature? the upbringing that you were brought up in reflected on how your relationships went.
Oh, of course. It's when you look at it from the perspective of how you are raised determines the type of people that you hang around with, that you surround yourself with. My mother always used to say, "You're classed by the people you hang with," and it's so
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
If you're gonna
You don't never want to be the 10th person standing next to 9 broke people.
exactly, but at the same time, when you have a family that did a lot of emotional damage to you as a child and even as a young adult about manipulating you and getting you to do what they wanted you to do, you have a tendency to gravitate toward that type of person in a relationship.
And that's what up. And I'm glad you brought that up because my next question to you was going to be: do you think you met your first wife at a time when you were in a learning phase and she was in a teaching phase? And now,
Oh,
as you're older, with the younger lady that you dated, you were more in a teaching role as opposed, or is it that you all were both learning from each other?
I think it was more of not necessarily a teaching role, but a learning more about myself and not wanting to make the same mistakes that I did in the last relationship that and make them in the next relationship. Like I saw myself being a lot more patient in my second relationship than I did my first one.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like for instance, I have a terrible temper. I know I have a terrible temper. I found myself taking more of a deep breath, taking a step back, you know, getting out of the car and going for a walk and not dealing. I calm down as opposed to off the handle and starting an argument. And I found more of myself doing that in the second relationship than I did the first, because you have to realize I was 25 years old
Okay.
as opposed to
So,
being 45.
from what I'm hearing from you is that in your older age and in your dating pool, you took accountability on your actions with your previous relationship and you made changes for your next relationship, as
Oh, of
opposed
course.
to not having accountability. And so, but basically what I'm saying is you don't blame others on your singleness, or do you? Do you think the dating pool
Well,
is
back to
messy
the fact that it
in
wasn't
regards
necessary.
to you as well as it can be for heterosexual people?
Oh yeah, the dating pool is very. I think people are. I think the dating pool is a lot worse now than it was 20 years ago.
Would you
Mass,
say
you
that
still there?
would you say that even in your dating pool that people are transactional?
Oh yeah. Everything is, how can I put it? Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? And I see a lot of that, which is unfortunate, because how are you going to grow as a couple if you don't have a reciprocal relationship? One of the reasons why I got out of my 18-year marriage is because it was no longer reciprocal. It was always me giving, 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 me always being supportive, me always doing, 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 and I wasn't getting anything in return.
Carmel Sweet said it says that you get 3 loves in life: puppy love, the one that teaches you, and the last one is the unexpected one that will last.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I don't think I've reached the one that the unexpected one that will last. Um, it was very difficult for me after being with the same person for 18 years and being faithful. And that's another thing. I was always constantly being accused of being unfaithful, you cheating on me, you doing this. You get tired of hearing on that, especially when you know that you're getting up every single day and you're working 8, 10 hours a day. Sometimes you're working on Saturday, you're going on business trips to be able to make that extra money and this, that, and the other. and they're allowed to be the quote unquote housewife because they didn't want to take the time to be able to do anything for themselves. You know, why should I have to get out there and doggone work when you're making $80,000 a year? You're making more than enough money to pay all the bills in this house. And it's like, hey, when are you going to do something for me? When are you going to give me a break on paying the bills, or 50-50 and going in on the bills, or even if you got a part-time job, just to save it so we can go on a really good vacation.
I'm glad
You-
you brought that up, Dark Star. So, in your relationships, is it 50-50? Or is there is
Let's
it
put it
more
this way.
is it more in a same-sex relationship, is it more of a 50-50 thing as opposed to one person taking care of the other?
Let's put it this way. I want it to be 50-50. And no matter what relationship you're in, it doesn't always going to be 50-50, because there are some things that happen. A person loses their job, maybe they get injured and they can't work, and you got to carry the load for a little while. Or maybe your spouse is going to school to better educate themselves to get a better job. But that's give and take. That's supporting your spouse and supporting their dreams, and that's what that's
Right,
all about.
right,
um
right.
I
It's a give
went
and take.
on more. It is give and take. It should be give and take.
Yeah, it's give and take.
Like like the younger girlfriend that I had, like I said, we were always going to sporting events. She came up to me one day and she's like, for instance, I live in Texas. I live in the DFW area. I got 2 tickets to when they built the new Dallas Cowboy Stadium. I got us 2 tickets on the 50-yard line for opening day of the new Dallas Cowboy Stadium. We
Wow,
were
I don't,
there.
I don't even want to know how much those tickets cost.
Oh, they were company tickets. I didn't have to pay anything for them.
Oh, damn. Okay,
I worked
okay,
for a major beverage company here in the DFW area. And if
right.
you know anything about Texas, the biggest beverage company that's here in Texas. I don't need to say anymore. And I
Okay,
was
I
working in
got you.
research and development I was working in research and development at the time. So I got 2 tickets for opening day of the new Cowboy Stadium when it opened. Fast forward, the Giants the following year opened up the new stadium in New Jersey.
Mad life.
That's right. My girlfriend got us 2 tickets to go to New Jersey for the opening game of the Dallas Cowboys versus the New York Giants. And we flew to
Wow,
New Jersey for that game. But she
wow.
did that for me. She did that for us. We went down to Houston to watch the Astros play. We were always, Texas Rangers. We'd go up to watch soccer games and things of that nature because, sports was a big part of what we liked to do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, but at the same time, I felt it was give and take, but at the same time, you don't know what give and take is until you look under the covers and find out there's other things there.
So
You
just
know,
based off this conversation that we've been having and the question I had tonight, basically, women over 40 who are single, and who is to blame? And I think it's a little bit of I think people should look in the you've brought some retrospect to the whole conversation, because everything that you said in this conversation is about accountability and making the right choices as a person looking for someone. And I think that a lot of women could take notice to what you're saying, because at this time that we're living in, a lot of people have no accountability. And in order to grow, and when men and when women see no accountability, we know that this person is not fully mature. So that's not even someone that you want to entertain being in a relationship with, because they're not realistic.
yeah, but a lot of times, whether it's a man or a woman, sometimes you don't see the red flags because you don't. It's not that you don't want to see them. Sometimes you just don't. There might be other things, extenuating circumstances, that are going on in your life that not necessarily prevent you from seeing the red flags, but you're working every day. You're trying to keep this, well, not say keep this person happy, but want to be happy with this individual, and you may not necessarily see how they're pulling the wool over your eyes.
Mm. Juanita Mitchell,
They
click this
have.
link. I didn't mean to cut you off, but Juanita Mitchell, click this link. I need you to come on the panel because you saying some good stuff. So click that link, Juanita. Man, I'm sorry, Dark Star. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. And we all go through it, whether it be men or women. Just take for instance, I had a lot of guy friends, a lot of them ex-military. Um, I had one friend, we used to go to the gun range, we used to hang out, this, that, and the other. He even said to me, hey, I'm trying to get with this girl. Can you come to the gun range with me? Because she'd probably feel more comfortable having another woman there, especially a woman that's experienced. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool, no problem, this, that, and the other. But it became a point of it was constantly using me as a friend for him to get near some other woman, which is fine. I don't mind being a wingman for anybody. You know what I'm saying? But when that becomes using an individual, even as a friend,
Yeah.
it gets a little bit much over time. I had another friend of mine. He used to travel a lot, and he's like, "Look, I mean, I know you're out of work. Can you do me a favor?" This is a few years back. Can you house sit for me while I'm gone? It would be less money for me to have you house sit than it was to board my dog. And I'm like, cool. We had a set price every week and this, that, and the other. After like the first month or so, money started slacking off a little bit. But still, he was flying his girlfriend down to Florida. He was, taking trips with his family to Cancun and all this other stuff. I'm like, dude, you got a responsibility to pay me money. I'm
Your
not
dog will be
taking.
sitting. You'll come home and there'll be a whole bunch of shit in your house, and your dog in there skinny.
Well, let me tell you something. He pulled that on me one day. Um, Normally, he would be gone during the week, and I'd be there on the week. He would be there on the weekends, and I would be there during the week. And I had a social event that I needed to go to on Saturday, and his house from mine was 45 minutes away. So Saturday, Friday night, I make sure the dog has everything because I'm expecting him to come in Saturday morning. I get up, I go home, I go to my social event. I'm in the middle of my social event and he calls me and he's like, "Oh, by the way, I can't make it back to the house this weekend. Can you just stay there and watch the dog?" And I'm like, dude, I've been gone for well over 24 hours. I'm at a social event right now and I got to stop what I'm doing, go all the way back to your house, and I know that I'm going to go to a house full of dog crap all over the floor because the dog's been in there all day. That's not fair to me. And when he kept doing little things like that, I was like, I'm done. I'm not going to argue with you. I went to his house. I put in his, garage door opener, his keys, put it in an envelope, stuck it in his mailbox, and I walked away and said, "Have a nice life." Because I'm no longer going to put myself in those types of situations. The minute I think that you're using me or you're manipulating me, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm a ghost. I'm going to be like Kaiser Sose, poof, I'm gone.
See, you ghosting people. You ghosting people.
You got to. It's about sanity. Am I going to sit there and yell, scream, and holler at you and try to get you to see things my way when you don't even bother to appreciate my worth?
Yeah, you're
And
right
that's
about
the
that.
problem that a lot of people have is they don't recognize their worth. I'm worth more than that. I deserve better. I deserve to be treated as if I'm somebody who is important and it's doing you a favor and helping you out. Hey, I'm saving you $200 a month. And if you can't appreciate that and you think that as a friend, I'm always going to be there to help you out, nah, it ain't working that way. Go board your dog at the vet.
Hey, like I said, he'd have came home and it would have been some hard dinky loafs on his carpet. And his dog would have been looking like, man, I ain't been out this house in about 40. Yeah.
I
Just
can't do that. You know,
yeah, instant crisis.
I can't do that. I can't do that to an animal. I used to work as a vet's assistant when I was young, and
Oh,
I
okay.
saw the way people brutalized and tortured animals and stuff like that, and I couldn't see it. I would have
Okay.
brought the dog to my house and said, "You
Yeah,
want your dog? Come and get him.
I don't
Come
want
get
the
him."
SPCA showing up in my house. So no,
You know,
yeah. But
I
yeah,
love animals. I've always loved animals, and I couldn't see torturing that beautiful dog.
hey, we've been talking about women over 40 and single and who's to blame. And we have our
It's
friend
not a
Dark
question of
Star.
blaming. It's not a question of blaming. There's circumstances in life that happen,
You say it's
and
not a question of blaming. That's you. There's a lot of women that do blame.
oh yeah,
You,
there is.
see, you look at it because you're rational. There's a lot of irrational women out here who are trying to put the blame on men for them being single. But the common denominator in all of that is them.
There are a lot of women who don't take personal responsibility for the things that go on in their lives.
Personal accountability. They do not take accountability.
They don't. You know, if you got a good man and you do nothing but dog him on the daily, that's your fault.
Y'all heard talking.
I had a sister-in-law.
Y'all heard y'all start talking. I'm gonna let her cook.
She
I'm gonna let her
she
cook. Go ahead and cook. Go ahead and cook, Dark Star.
let me tell you something. She dogged my brother, and my brother was the type of man, ex-military. Um, he worked two jobs, had his own business. This man would get up in the morning, come home, start dinner, go to the bus stop, get the kids from from the bus stop, get them home, get dinner started, yada yada yada, take a nap, go to his next job. By the time she came home to be able to spend time with the kids, put the kids to bed, he was off to his next job. So
Hey,
we
put
were
the
sitting
link.
there.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Dark Star.
No.
I put the link out there, Chantel and Juanita. I put the link out there. You all are more than welcome to click that link, and you can come up here and you can say your piece. I will give
Oh,
you
I
that
really
option.
appreciate the fact that I managed to figure out how to get on the live with you.
Yeah.
Because there were times where I've just kind of just listened in the background and doing other things and everything. And I really appreciate the fact that you allowed me to be able to come up and chit chat with you
Oh,
guys. And to
man,
everybody in the chat, you guys are wonderful. And I
come
really
on, Dark
appreciate
Star.
you.
Dark Star. You know we love you over here. So quit playing. Quit playing, Dark Star.
Quit playing.
Quit playing.
Um, Going back to the story, my sister-in-law just would dog my brother on a regular basis, and I eventually became an advocate for men's rights. Um, when it came
That's
to
why I
child
love you.
support
That's why I
and
love you,
things that
Dark Star.
I had a friend of mine who was a paralegal who started a nonprofit organization to be able to help men that were having problems with child support because there were no advocacy groups for men. And like I said, I watched my brother get dogged out. And it hurt me to my heart. Like one time I was sitting in the bar with my brother, right? And we're talking, and he said to me, he said, "Yeah, my girl, she put that little blue pill in my food." And I nearly wore he said, "I nearly wore a hole in the damn mattress that night." And I just looked at him, I said, I'm like, "Dude, are you stupid? If a woman is willing to go that far and put something like that in your food, she's willing to kill you." I said, "You don't know what the repercussions of you taking that
Yeah,
little
that
blue
stuff can.
pill, and
That ain't nothing but blood thinners, and if you, it can mess you. It can mess you up.
you can have a heart attack."
Yeah, that stuff can mess you up.
So I was mad. And, I had two other sisters, and I went and I told my sisters, I said, "Look, this is what happened. This is what's going on. I'm going to do something about it. I don't have you guys to have the expectation that you are. I don't expect you to do it. I'm not hoping that you will because you got kids, you got families of your own. I don't have any children. But I do know one thing. I'm going to go over there and I'll have a little bit of a talk with this woman. And it ain't going to be pretty." And I went to this woman and I told her, I said, "Look, you are the mother of my nieces and nephews. But I want to tell you something, and I want you to make sure that I want you to understand what I'm telling you, and I want you to take me seriously. You ever put anything in my brother's food again, I don't care if it's too much salt, I'm coming for you. And if you think for 1 minute that my sisters don't know about this, you better hope and pray my mother don't find out. I said, because they're going to be
Hey,
sweeping you
yeah.
off the floor. You don't mess with my brother like that.
Okay, we don't want you being in the Who Scout.
Let me tell you something. I'm in the process.
Right.
I'm in the process of writing a book right now. It's a book of short stories, and I've got a couple of running titles at this point, and one of the running titles is the effed up things that women do.
Hey,
Um, and like I said, it's a series of short stories, and it's all about different stories over time that women have done some really nasty things to men, and it's unfortunate. You always hear about, well, this man dogged me and he was cheating on me and he got kids by other women, and that happens all the time. It's just like the Catholic Church. They always tell you about the PDF priests, but they never say anything about the nuns. And the nuns are
oh
just
yeah,
as complicit.
they in it too. They in it too.
I mean, that's
They
why
in
when I was growing up, we used to call them the evil penguins because they were the disciplinarians that kept the children in line for the priest. And like I said, there's a lot of women that do some pretty jacked up things to men and vice versa.
Yep,
But you
yep,
have to
yep,
recognize within
yep.
yourself, what are you willing to do, what are you not willing to do, and what are you not willing to put up with. See,
Hey,
I just want easy conversation. I just want an easy life. I don't want a lot of yelling and screaming. I just want reciprocity in my life. I just want to be able to wake up in the morning and have a smile on my face and go to bed the exact same way. I don't
yeah,
want, yelling and screaming and you did this and you're cheating on me. How am I going to cheat on you when I work 10 hours a day? Half the doggone time you got my car. Where am I going to go? you know,
hey.
it's
People will gaslight you to get a rise out of you to make you not think about what they're doing. Yeah, these are things that I've
exactly.
learned in life. But yeah, Dark Star, I appreciate you coming on here because we've never had this chance to talk, and you always say insightful stuff. So I had to get you on here to say some insightful stuff on my show.
Well, thank you, Mass. I really do appreciate it. Like I said, I love you guys. I love the people in the chat. It's always just this little kind of family in there when you get together and you can kind of bounce off each other and laugh and
Yeah,
chill. And that's what life is all about.
Dark Star,
Um,
we all about we adults in here. There ain't no children, and we don't have children conversations. And yeah, we treat people accordingly. You come in here, you show you childish, we'll treat you. Yeah, that's why I got y'all as my moderators, because yeah, y'all be putting people in the corner.
Hey, and maybe a lot of people don't like putting baby in the corner, but too bad.
Hey, why the yeah,
you know,
y'all, sometimes y'all gotta put YWG in the corner, but everybody knows that. We mess with YWG, but yeah, sometimes you ladies gotta put YWG in the corner.
it's funny because I'm also a moderator on another channel and totally different subject, totally different genre. And one of the other moderators that's in there, she's from Australia. And every time I pop into the chat, she's just, oh, the hammer done walked in the door.
Hammer. Yeah, that's
I
why I
have,
got y'all. That's why I got y'all. Yeah, somebody coming here acting up. Dang.
but we just need to learn from our mistakes and hopefully, we can see the red flags going forward and we can learn from it.
Hey,
I know I have. I
life
know
is
that I'm
about
not going to put,
learning. Life is about learning on a daily basis.
my father used to say, if you don't learn something new every day, there's something wrong with you.
Something wrong with you.
You
Something wrong
know,
with
I know the experiences that I've had in relationships has made me a different person. And I know that I'm not going to accept the things that I used to accept in a relationship, whether it's friendship or whether it's an intimate relationship. I'm not going there anymore.
Intimate relationships should start out as friendships anyway.
Oh yeah. And a lot of people think that, oh, you're a lesbian. You don't have to worry about getting pregnant and worrying about all these other things. Let me tell you, I come from a very different background. I believed in being friends. I believed in courtship. I believed in, I mean, both of my, I wasn't about one night stands. I did that when I used to F around with dudes when I was young.
What is a one night stand like for two ladies messing around? Hey, you got to school me on that, Dark Star. What is a one night stand to a same sex relationship? I mean,
It's no different than a man and a woman.
yeah, I know it is.
You have
I
a
know it is.
relationship, you go your
It's a
separate
lot of
ways.
scissoring, and yes, it's a lot different than this. I'm joking,
You
Dark
have a
Star.
sexual you have a sexual encounter, you go on about your ways. In fact, I did that with one woman that I met, and you talk about morning regret. You get a lot of that. What they used to call for men post nut clarity. Um,
Oh,
I,
Wow.
I did that one time, and I said, something, I never want to feel like that,
I
especially
always
being with a
wanted.
woman.
I always wanted to ask a woman and mess with a woman. What is a one night stand like? And the way you said it's kind of like the same.
It's no different. Everybody thinks that the gay community, LBG community, is so much more different than the heterosexual community, and it's not. They just pass around a little bit more money. They can spend better trips. I don't know. I used to spend weekends at the Cape, in Cape Cod, and go down to the Jersey Shore and hang out in New York, because I only lived like an hour away from New York City. So it's nothing to get on the train and go to the city and spend the day and go see a play and have dinner and stuff like that. But at the same time, when you're in a relationship that's manipulative, when you have a person that is mentally abusive, the first thing that a person will do is take you away from your support system. If you're the type of person like I was, that was constantly around my family, it was very close knit, Sunday dinner type deal, come to my mom's for Sunday dinner. And then when you don't recognize that they're slowly taking you away from that to be with their friends and to do the things that they want, you don't recognize that that's taking away your support system.
Yep,
Because if
yep,
they
yep.
are around your family all the time and your family starts recognizing the dirt that they're doing to you, what are they going to do? They're going to start telling you, they're going to start getting in your ear, and they don't want that. They don't
Yeah,
want that
yeah,
at all.
yeah.
That's why they take you away. That's why they hide you away.
Hey, life. Come on, Sweets, what you got to say? What you got to add to this conversation?
I don't like how you think it's a female's fault that she's single after 40. I don't think it's her fault. I just think sometimes it happens to be like that. Like sometimes you, as a female or a male, you're programmed to just be by yourself all the time. You got to go through things.
Well, it's happening a whole lot.
It is because a lot of females don't want to deal with dudes. They rather
No,
be
that ain't the.
single.
No,
Yeah,
that ain't.
it is. I'm sorry to tell you, but a lot of females don't want to deal with dudes and the crap that come with it. So I'm not saying it's a lot of females, but a majority of the females would rather stay single than to deal with the guys that's
Women
left
don't
to
want to
give
stay
to.
single. Women don't want you. Don't psych yourself up and say that women want to be single. Don't psych
I'm
yourself up.
telling you, I know a lot of females that's over 40
They lie.
and over 50
They
that
lying into
living the single life.
themselves. That they're lying
How
to
do you
themselves.
know that? But how do you know that they lying to themselves?
Nobody wants to be alone, especially a 50-something-year-old woman. Nobody wants to be alone.
I beg to differ.
If I can interject here, yeah, nobody wants to be alone, but at the same time, why would I want to put up with somebody else's BS at 50 years old?
But she's saying that
Like somebody said, I'll raise my children. Why am I going to raise another man child?
The way that Caramel Sweets is saying that is like she's saying that they have just sworn off men.
She did.
And
My cousin sworn off men. She has been single
okay,
for
well
10
then
years
she
and she
okay
is
then
loving being
she
single.
she should make better choices in mates.
No,
Because you
she
can't swear, you can't because of your past dealings with the men that you've dealt with, you can't blame all men.
she's not. I don't think she blamed anybody. She just rather
If
be by
she swore
herself.
off, if she swore off all men, she's blaming all men.
No, that has nothing to do with men. If she doesn't want to be with nobody, that's her choice.
Yeah, it's
I
okay.
don't know why some guys don't think that a female can't choose to be by herself.
No
She
woman wants to
chose
be alone.
to be by
No
herself
woman,
for the past 10
and
years. And she is
that's why I put
loving
that
her
picture of
life.
that lady. That's why I put that lady a picture of that lady with all them cats. Cause ladies that want to be alone, they destined to be a cat lady.
She's not a cat woman.
No,
All she
that's
do
not
is
true.
she's travel. All she do is travel and everything. She is living
Travel
her
and come
life.
home to cats.
No, she doesn't have any cats or dogs or any animals.
Dogs, birds,
None
iguanas,
at all. No pets.
fish.
There's no pets, sir.
Nope. I have no
Right.
pets.
I don't have no
I'm
pets.
over 50. I ain't got no pets. I got plenty of pets, but they belong to somebody else. I got rabbits in my neighborhood. I walk out to my car. I say hello to the rabbits. I go on about my
We got
business.
RP in the house. We got RP in. RP said we have experiences and we know what we will not settle for. I made mistakes and I'd rather have fun and just date. Yeah, and ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And then she said she would love to settle down, but she don't need a man. I'm financially independent, no kids. Hey, hey, where you at? Where you at, RP? Where you live at? You don't need to settle for some. I'm joking. I'm joking. RP, you fan RP family. So RP's of the belief that she don't need a man.
Life is too short to have to put up with arguing and
Right.
fighting and
RP
just
said not
putting
a
up with
married
just
her is
BS.
dead
And
or not born.
Sometimes it's just your preference. Sometimes you would rather be alone in your own company. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's just how you feel at that moment. You don't have to have a man 24/7. Just like a man doesn't have to have a female 24/7.
Right,
It's just that's
right.
just your opinion that you will rather be by yourself because that's what you chose to do. That has nothing to do with anybody's choices or what man did her dirty or anything like that. It's just that she felt like she didn't want to be in a relationship. She didn't want it at all. So she'd rather stay by herself and live her best life. And that's what she's doing. Have nothing to do with who fault it is or anything. Because we can sit here and say when we break up, oh, it's a guy fault, he cheated, he did X, Y, Z, I'ma swear up. No, sometimes you have to take accountability for your actions. She chose that she rather be single. Just like I chose to be single for 5 years. That had nothing to do with a man. It was my choice. I had to stay single for 5 years. I had to do that for me, not for anybody else.
and the
Couch
other
Cushions 3 and 4 said she loved being single. And I guarantee you, she ain't lying. Couch Cushions 3 and 4. We got Couch Cushions 1 and 2 on here. Couch Cushions 3 and 4 in the comments. Go ahead, Carl Sweets. Couch Cushions one
you
and two.
know the other thing is too, you can't heal yourself in a place where you've been hurt.
Exactly.
You got to separate. If you've been in a tumultuous relationship, you can't continue to stay in that situation and be able to heal yourself and to grow. You got to remove yourself from that situation in order to recognize, hey, it wasn't their fault, it was my fault for putting up with it.
Right.
If my ex were to show up right now and say, hey, I'm sorry for what I did, and I don't have to accept their apology. What I have to say is, I forgive myself for putting up with your dumb ass.
That part.
Okay?
That
I
part.
have to forgive myself for not recognizing that you were more detrimental to my psyche than anything else, because you're toxic.
Right.
And let me tell you something, my ex was freaking toxic as hell. And let me tell you something, you want to find my ex right now? She's VP of a major corporation right now.
all
but
the
she is
ladies. I
toxic
got
as
all
hell.
the ladies on here with me. I got Dark Star, Carmel Sweets. I got RP from the ladies of iTime, and we got Chantel Couch Cushions 3 or 4.
Hello,
Yeah,
hello. Good
let me tell you
evening.
something. You got all the beautiful women in
Wait a
the
minute.
house now.
Hello,
You in
ladies.
trouble.
Hello.
Hello,
The
hello.
party has
Hey, ladies.
arrived.
Oh no! Oh hell!
Mass is in trouble now.
Mass, 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 mass.
I hope
I'm
Mm-mm-mm.
you,
not there.
Mass. I hope you got your asbestos drawers on now, cause you
You
about to
about to get
get
it in
licked.
Like
now.
I said, this is enough for me to go around. Y'all ladies can't take me down.
Is that a
Oh
challenge?
man, don't go there.
That's all
You
Four,
don't
I
want to
got.
mess with
That's
this
all I
Gemini,
got to
because I
say
come
on it.
from the left side of crazy.
four
You
against
Lord
Chantel.
have
one.
mercy.
you do not want to mess with this Gemini,
Hey,
Mm.
y'all gonna make me pull.
because
Y'all
I
gonna
will
make me
come for
pull my
you on the.
singlet. Y'all gonna make me pull my singlet strap down like Jerry Lawler in this month.
Go ahead.
You do not want to mess with this Gemini and see the left side of
Oh
crazy.
man.
You
Mm.
don't want to
Oh
do
no.
it. Now,
I do not want any problems with the Geminis. No.
But I
My
just have a
last.
couple.
hey,
I just want to say a
Gemini,
couple things and then I'm
Gemini
gonna hop
Moon.
off.
Now go ahead, RP. Go ahead.
First and foremost, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Always RP.
Second of all, Mass, you a hot ass mess, but we love you.
Yeah.
Third of all, and again, I can't speak for all the women, but I'll be honest, right? I'm 41. I don't have kids. I'm established, right? I have my own. I come from a great family. My parents have been together for almost 50 years. So I grew up in that perfect household where two parents love each other, right?
Yep.
So that's
Yep.
what I want. Now, I see how my parents interact and I know how it should be done. So I've had experiences, I've had long term relationships, they didn't work out, what have you. So why should I, or anybody for that matter, put up with a man who's not willing to do certain things, if they're not considerate or they're not a team player? Like, why is it always the woman dragging the man up a lot of the times? Again, there's plenty of good men out there. I'm not saying
I
there
agree
aren't.
with you. I agree with you, RP.
Right. So again, this is why a lot of the time women over 35 and plus are established, they're self-sufficient. They do not need a man to pay half of their bills or pay half of their mortgage. So they are now choosy and they don't settle and they shouldn't settle. So when the right man that's has whatever that they're looking for, the standards, the goals, the morals, that's when that woman will settle for him. But
Okay, I got one
meanwhile,
question for you, RP. I got one question.
yes,
Were you raised to be a wife or to be strong and independent?
I'll be honest, I was raised to be strong and independent. My dad always raised me to not depend on a man besides him and my brother. My dad has never failed me. He's always been there for me to, catch me when I fell. But, it should be my spouse that's doing that, not my dad.
I'm with you
Right.
on that. I'm with you on that. I agree with you, RP.
So I shouldn't have to run to my dad when I need to hang up a picture. You know what I mean? Not that
100.
I do. I'm not saying I
A
do.
man
It's just
should
an
be. A man
example,
should be
right?
doing that. A
Exactly.
man
I
should be
shouldn't have
doing
to tell my dad, "Oh, I need to change my light bulb or take my garbage out." I mean, all these things I could do by myself. It's just an example, right? Where
that.
I should rely on my spouse to do certain things. And the thing is, I don't understand why men don't take initiative. Why do I need to ask you to change the light bulb 3 times? Like,
The
dude, you're
right
in the
man, you
fucking
wouldn't have.
dark.
The right man, you wouldn't have to do that.
Exactly. That's what we're saying. So
I
why be with one where I can get on the ladder and change that shit myself?
And there's nothing wrong.
here's the thing. Here's an interesting story I like to interject. When I was growing up as a child, my brother had a remodeling company, right? His own company, and every time it was always make Dark Star go out there and paint the fence. Okay, no matter what
Oh,
job it
that's
was.
messed up.
Okay, now when I got an apartment to myself, and my girlfriend moved in, she's like, well, we need to repaint the house, the interior of the house. I said, honey, I love you, but I don't paint. Plain and simple. I'll go out there and mow the lawn, shovel snow, grill, smoke. I'll do whatever, but I don't paint. I said, that's what I have a brother for. And I politely got on the phone, called my brother. Here's $200, paint the living room. Oh, you just getting back at me from damn years, huh? Yes, because that's your job now. Okay? You are my brother. I'm paying you money. Paint the damn living room.
Yeah, that's what brothers are for.
Now
But I wouldn't charge.
his
I
wife
wouldn't charge my sister. I would not charge my sister to come over and paint a door. Or
I
yeah,
wouldn't
I
either.
want.
I see. I gave my brother a going rate at his job because he had a business. Now that $200, I spent it on his kids
Well, there you go. That's different. Yeah. Like for me,
because those
I
are my
wouldn't. My
nieces
brother
and
wouldn't take.
nephews.
Yeah, my brother wouldn't take my money, and I wouldn't ever take his. But
Right. I'm not
again,
taking no money from
everybody's
her.
right. Everybody's different. And Juanita, you're right, honey. Everybody is different. Everybody is looking for different things for sure. Some don't want to get married, and I know
Right.
a lot of my girlfriends that don't want to get married because they say, "Oh, it's just a piece of paper." Some are traditional, like me. I would like to get married one day. Will it happen? Hell, God knows, right? If it's meant to be, it will be. But
It's
again,
meant to be.
meanwhile, I don't think anybody should settle, man or woman. If you're not happy, be alone.
And I choose to be alone. I like being single. I like having
Well,
serenity and peace. And yeah, until
well, this is
a woman can come in and add to that serenity and peace in my feng shui, then I'm good. No,
and this is another thing that like within the LGBT community, they always say, well, gay marriage and this, that, and the other. Where when the state of Massachusetts was the very first state to ever have gay marriage. But what
okay,
people don't realize in the state of Connecticut, they had something that was called domestic partnership. We didn't have
domestic
gay
partnership,
marriage.
domestic
And
Yeah.
partnership.
so, I mean, and I was cool with that. You didn't have to call my union with the woman that I was with marriage. In fact,
Yeah.
I was cool with it being domestic partners because it should be a partnership, not just
There are
about
some
the
heterosexual
definition of what
couples that are
marriage
in
is.
domestic partnerships.
See, I'm in California.
I
I'm by San Francisco, so that's huge out here. So,
but that's the thing.
Okay,
It should be a partnership. It should be, you helping me, I help you, I support you, you support me. And that's the way
right.
it should be.
Right.
We're unfortunately we're
people
not
don't
growing
believe in
up in the 50s
reciprocity.
and
People don't believe in reciprocity.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's the problem. People don't understand
we
partnerships.
leave
People are selfish. Like, what can I benefit from being with you?
right.
That's how it
Exactly.
is. And it shouldn't be
Exactly.
like that. It's either you love this person if they're up or down, or if they're sick, not just when they have money or it's time to go to the club. You love that person when shit hits the fan, there's nobody else there, there's no food in the fridge. That's when you know somebody loves you. I mean, obviously, it doesn't have to get to that point, but you got to show that person you care when there's nobody else around, when life happens.
Yep.
And
And
I
this is why
apologize.
I
I'm
said
not.
I would rather have a partnership than a relationship. A
Yeah,
partnership is a little bit more beneficial than a relationship because you know that person is there. Y'all both partners. Y'all both gonna work at it. Y'all both gonna make sure everything get done. You got his back, he got your back, or she got your back, she got your back. However you see fit in the relationship. You got that person
absolutely.
100%, regardless. They don't have to go outside and get it from anybody else. They'll come to you first before they go to anybody else. That's why I said I like to have a partnership than a relationship. That's just me.
YWG said no partnership. You are my wife. Period.
He
I'm
a
sorry.
caveman. We got time for
I'm
this.
sorry. Who is on the panel? I'm sorry. I don't know these ladies, and there's no
Okay,
names.
that is Caramel Sweets. Then we got Dark Star
Hello.
44, and we had Chantel, but she got that Boost Mobile internet, so she
Don't do my
can't.
Oh,
sister. Don't do my
oh,
sister.
gotcha. Hi, ladies. I'm sorry. I didn't know who it was.
This is
Hello.
RP from the Ladies of iTalk. Everybody, please go check out the This is my people. So I always this RP is family. So yeah, go check out the Ladies of iTalk. They have game night on Saturday nights, but y'all been going live a lot lately. RP
Just Wednesdays and Saturdays.
this Wednesdays. Okay. They went over 5,000 subscribers, and they're still growing.
5,500. We're having a party on
God,
Saturday. Come through.
You know I'm gonna be there. You
But
know me, YWG and Jug. Well, most def, yeah. YWG and Jug was like, man, we be at the ladies of iTalk and you don't even be there. I'm like, oh shit, they're trying to make me look bad.
see, all of you guys should be over there.
Yeah,
But
everybody,
Mass, I want to give you your flowers real quick before I hop off.
go
I
ahead,
think
Art.
you're awesome. You have amazing topics. Even if you have one person in the live or one person in the chat, you still do your thing. You're still talking like you have 300 people watching you. I love that about you. You're determined. You have a great vibe about you. You're motivated, and you keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job.
RP, I love you, RP. You know I got
I
love.
like
You know I got
Nah,
love for
you're
the
you're
ladies.
dope. You're very supportive, and we appreciate that, and we support as much as we can. Also, there's a time difference, so when I can, I hop in, or if I'm at work, I'll just say, "Hey, at work, driving, whatever," just to show that we appreciate and
Come on
that
now.
we're here.
Come on now. We're about growth. We're about growth and support. I always, I support y'all. So yeah, I love that you come through. I'm overjoyed that you will take the time out your day to come and talk to little old me. So yeah, I appreciate you, RP, and
My
how I feel
pleasure.
about y'all. I'm always gonna come over. I'm always gonna comment, and yeah. And I'm gonna get more people to come to your show. Like, yeah, me, Jug, YWG. We're gonna get everybody to come to your show. We're gonna flood your show Saturday.
Come on through, ladies and gentlemen. We support as well. So if you support us, we definitely support you.
Yep. I appreciate you coming through, RP. So go ahead and say your last piece, and
Ladies, thank you for having me, ladies and gentlemen, and the ladies of I Talk. We're not just about it; we talk about it.
that's right, they sure do.
We all love you, Mass.
Thanks, RP. Yeah. If you haven't checked out the ladies of iTalk, go check out the ladies of iTalk. Like she said, they go on live Wednesdays and Saturdays. Saturday nights they have a game night where they give away lottery tickets, they give away money. Yeah, go over there and check them out. Now back to Dark Star and Caramel Sweets. So I'm gonna sit back and just listen to the ladies because y'all schooling me tonight. I can be schooled, but yeah, if y'all say something wrong, I'll jump into it.
I mean, like I said, I'd rather be single right now. Am I dating? Yeah, I'm dating people, but that don't mean nothing. Like I said, until I feel the right person comes along, I'ma just date who I want to date, and it's my choice. It's nobody's fault. Like I said, I stayed single for them 5 years. I lost my son. I lost my dad, and I felt like if I'd have continued to date anybody, I wasn't going to be anything for anybody. So I chose to stay single for my peace, for my sanity. That's what that was. So now that I'm open to dating and everything, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be. I got a date tomorrow night too. So it's like I'm willing to just go out there and date right now. But
Now hold on now,
before
hold
it
on
was
now,
just
man. Hold on. You doing a whole lot of dating there. No, I'm joking.
I was supposed to. I ain't got the time to
I'm
spell.
joking. I'm joking.
Did you tell me not to have a test tube, baby? Did you say that?
Yeah, we not having no
Okay, so
test tube thing.
I took your advice. So now I'm
Yeah.
out there dating.
You're not gonna
Hmm?
be sitting down on no chairs like Beyonce and your belly folding up.
That's not how they do the IVF, son. No, stop.
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
That's not how you do an IVF. Stop. I don't know who told you that part.
Wow, Accenture
Okay,
says she ain't taking out no garbage.
I ain't got no choice. Take mine out. So I ain't got no
She ain't
choice.
got no choice. Man, you got a next
It's
door
just me
neighbor?
in the house. What the- mm, 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 mm.
Oh,
But
your
once
next
you
door
invite
neighbor, right?
somebody in, they people want to keep coming over, and I'm one of the
Must be a
people. I don't like
harasser.
everybody mom at my house.
See, he ain't a finesser, he's a harasser. He ain't a finesser, he's a harasser.
Not
Minnie
a
Mouse.
harasser. I can't.
Who is Minnie Mouse?
Juanita.
So anybody that's coming in, we've been having a conversation about men and women, even though you would from the thumbnail you would think we're just talking about women being single. We're talking about men being single too. Um, the men are those two dogs in the corner making those crazy faces because those are the crazy faces that men make when we listen to some of the stuff they want to say. But we've been in here talking about, women and their discontent with men in terms of relationships. And a lot of women have said that they are making the choice to be single. We even got a same sex perspective from Dark Star. She said that the same problems that men and women go through on the heterosexual side are the same things that women on the LGB side go through. She does not, with the BTTAF, whatever, she just goes LG, just talks about the LG and the B. So, yeah, we had good conversation tonight. Dark Star, you still there?
Yeah, I'm
Is
still
Dark
here. It's just a little bit
Star?
of an
Okay, well,
audio problem on your end, but I'm still here.
okay, well, I'm gonna let Dark Star go. Dark Star, what you got to say? I'm gonna probably end this in about 15 to 20 minutes. I'm gonna let you all get your last little say so in, you and Carmel Sweets, and then I'm gonna boot y'all off the panel and I'm gonna finish. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. But I'm gonna let y'all have y'all last say, and then I'm gonna end the show in about 15 minutes.
Well, the way that I look at it, no matter who you are in this world, whether you're male, female, gay, straight, wooden leg with a kickstand, you know, you gotta know what's right for you. And if you're at a point in your life that being single and being alone is gonna give you sanity and that's what you choose to do, then there's nothing wrong with that. There are some upsides to it and there are some downsides to it. The older we get, our friends start passing away, our families start passing away, we start looking at the loneliness of life. And you got to say what you're willing and not willing to tolerate that as you get older. Some women and men are more willing to tolerate somebody getting in their face and making their life miserable just so they won't be alone. Me, I'd rather be
I'd
alone,
rather be alone too.
than put up with the stress. I'm too old to go through stress. I'm
Stress
too
is
old
not
to
a
go
stress
through
is not
stress.
a good thing when you're over 50. It's not good to have your heart racing because somebody has done something wrong to you. So yeah, we agree.
No, it's
Stress
not
is not
because
good.
it does shorten
It
your life.
shortens your life.
And being constantly stressed, and I monitor my heartbeat, my heart rate on a regular basis because it's like, wow, I didn't realize it was that low. I don't, other than being at work, I come home to, my fortress of solitude, and I'm good. I'm good. Would I like to be in a relationship with somebody? Yeah, but not to be nagged 24/7, not to turn around, and be ridiculed. You ain't got this and you ain't got that, and I don't need it. If I'm not giving enough to you in the relationship of being reciprocal, being faithful, being loyal, being honest with you, and if that is the foundation that you don't feel is good enough, then go out there and find somebody better than me.
Right.
Sometimes that's not possible.
And that's the way I really do look at it.
Sometimes
And
that's
I
not
told I
possible.
told an ex of mine that, and go out, if that person is better than me that you want to be with, go find them. Because I'm going to go over here and live my best life without you. Because unless your name is oxygen, I don't need you.
That
Bing,
part.
bing, bing.
I don't need you.
We got Juanita
And
Mitchell
that's
that's enjoying
one
the
thing.
panel. Juanita.
As men and women, we need to recognize our own self-worth.
Yep, yep, yep. That we
We're
do.
worth more than that.
That we do.
Right.
And
Juanita,
that's the one thing that I like people to take away from this is know your worth.
know your worth.
Know who you are. Know what that you're capable of love. You're capable of accepting love. You're capable of being loved. Not being somebody's damn play toy.
Yeah.
That part.
You're worth more than that.
Yeah, we don't, yeah, ain't no
And
play
always
toys
keep
ain't
that
no
in the
play
back of
toys
your
in the
mind. If
NBA
somebody
family,
starts giving you grief,
Ain't no,
you turn around like Dionne Warwick say, just walk on by.
Right.
Okay, just walk on by. You deserve
Juanita
better.
Mitchell,
I
what you
was
got to
playing
add to
That's
the
all I
with
got
why
to
you
conversation?
say.
called me Minnie Mouse.
Oh Lord, there go Minnie Mouse.
Shut
There
up.
go Minnie Mouse.
It's been like this since August. So leave me
Okay,
alone.
Minnie Mouse.
Hold on.
Okay, Minnie.
Okay, I had to turn you up a little bit, Minnie. Go ahead.
That's what it is. It is what it is. But I wanted you to see why they were calling me Minnie Mouse.
I know why they call you Minnie Mouse. I know about that voice.
Shut up.
So what you got to say, Juanita Mitchell? What do you have to say about?
That's not
I'm
no
glad you got
judgment.
off some of your bullshit. Cause you've been on straight bullshit.
Nah, I'm always on real shit, never
No, that
bullshit.
was nothing. That wasn't real.
Okay,
Oh,
Minnie Mouse.
I see. Yeah, go on deflect. It's all good. I still got love for you.
Minnie Mouse, you know we love you. Quit
You
playing.
better. I'm lovable and adorable.
she's
But
so tiny.
Shut
Minnie
up.
Mouse, men do not. Yeah, hold on, men don't nag. Nah, men do not
Yes, they
nag.
do.
That's not manly. Men do not nag.
Yes, they do. Who
I
said
don't nag
that?
either, but I know men that do. I'm not a nagger. I don't have time for that.
Juanita, you're not a nagger.
No,
Nagger. Okay.
nope, not at all. I don't have time. I don't argue. I don't have time for that either. That's just not me. I had a guy getting mad at me because I don't argue.
What he wanted to argue with you and you wouldn't argue, so he got upset.
Yeah, I'll ignore you before I argue with you.
Yeah, you
That's
will
that
do that.
Aries.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
yeah, that's what we do. That's what Aries do. That's
Yeah.
why me and my Nita Mitchell been friends for over 15 years. Because we both Aries.
And y'all
Aries
both hip
men
hop.
don't suck.
What's that?
I said Aries
Nothing.
men in relationships suck. At least for me.
Hold on. Say now,
No,
I'm gonna have to
look,
mute you.
no, listen,
I'm gonna have to mute you because you coming over
listen.
here talking out the side of
Only
your neck
from my
now, Minnie Mouse.
personal experience. I can't
Talking
speak
out the
for
side of your neck
all.
now, Minnie Mouse.
I can't speak for all, but only from my personal
Not him
experience.
calling you alien.
We're gonna have to
Yeah.
put you on mute. Come in and
Don't
talk out
mute
Aries.
me.
We
No,
ain't even
no.
ready. You ain't gonna get away with that one. You cool
I've
and
been
I'm
in a
like,
relationship with an Aries male. Two Aries do not belong together.
no, that ain't nothing but just a sexual relationship.
Are you
Very,
serious?
very,
Oh
yes.
yeah, two Aries together, that is nothing but a sexual, hot, sweaty, sticky sexual relationship.
I
Two
agree
Aries
with him on
together,
that.
that's what it is.
Oh, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my.
I agree. That them two
Yeah,
fire
I
yeah,
didn't
don't
say
signs.
nobody ever,
nothing
man,
about an Aries. I just
watch
asked the
your mouth
question.
about Aries, man. Watch your mouth. But she's an Aries,
Y'all,
so yeah, she's an Aries,
I ain't
so
gonna say nothing. In fact, y'all get on
Yeah.
my
yeah,
nerves.
Juanita, you gonna chill out talking about us like that.
No, but like I said, I can only speak from my experience. I can't
There's
say
a whole
all
lot of
Aries
there's a
males,
whole lot of Aries in this
but the
a whole
Aries
lot of
male that
Aries in
I
this
dealt
chat.
with was a bastard.
We
Oh,
mess around, we'll put you
man,
in the
stop.
mouse trap. We
What
mess
the
around,
what?
we
Shut
put you in the mouse trap in here, girl.
What's a mouse
whatever.
trap? I'm so damn nosy.
Cause y'all calling me Minnie Mouse.
Wow.
But the thing is, you
Mm.
gotta catch me first.
Not you
Follow
gotta
what
me.
catch me. Where you gonna go? How far you running?
Girl, you know I ain't run nowhere with that damn oxygen up my nose. Shit.
hey, Juanita, yeah, you keep that ox.
Look, you know. You done
All
carried
right.
my
Come back
bags before.
tomorrow, Juanita, for the sex show so I can ask him questions on his live. So come back
No, no,
tomorrow.
he actually carried my bags for me. He
Yeah,
was
I'm
a
That's all I
always
he
want
gonna
was
to
a
take
ask.
total
care of. I'm
gentleman.
always gonna take care of Juanita. Juanita was the one I knew. Juanita
Must
before
be
I knew any
nice.
of you.
That must
I
be
knew
real nice.
Juanita before I
You
knew
carrying
any of
your
you
bags.
miscreants. Before I knew any of you miscreants, I knew Juanita first.
Must be real nice he carry your bags.
Yeah, that was my boy.
Mm-hmm.
Me, him, and Tana. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's my man.
We were supposed to meet
Mm-hmm.
years ago, and I didn't meet him till last year.
Yeah, see, I'm Juanita's. See, y'all got them work husbands. I'm Juanita's Facebook
Here
husband.
he go, work.
I
Here he go
closed
with a
my
work
Facebook.
husband.
I closed my Facebook page, so we divorced now.
Oh, for real? And I didn't
Wow.
even get a notification?
That's some
No,
Mm,
bullshit.
I'm telling you, you get your notification now. I closed my Facebook page. We divorced. I'm not
mm,
coming home.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me know. Have
mm,
I been replaced?
I'm joking. Why? Nah, ain't nobody
Uh,
replacing Juanita.
oh, okay,
mm.
just checking.
Yeah.
We got Minnie Mouse on the mic tonight. We tonight is a great night. All the ladies came. No brother wanted to back me up. I had to fight the ladies by myself, and I did it. I won. It was a hard battle, but I won. Why y'all get quiet? Why y'all
Hey,
get quiet? Don't get quiet. Don't get quiet.
I was told to stop, so
Who?
I was
Couch
look, you don't
cushions
see it?
four. Couch cushions 3 and 4 told you to stop.
Told me to stop. So, and
But
behave.
yeah, ladies over 40, you better change what you want. You better change your requirements because the requirements you had at 20, that ain't working at 40. It ain't working at 40. Yeah, I win all the I, I'm undefeated in debates on the Maas Appeal show, on the adult conversation. I'm
You know what?
175-0. And I'm now 176-0 because y'all lost again tonight.
You're
Oh
crazy
Lord.
because
Okay, if you say
I
so.
lost myself so much in my last relationship that I'm taking time now to rediscover who I am and what I like.
I don't know what you
I
call a
won
win.
again. I'm like Aaron Plumber. I'm like Aaron the plumber. We got the same name, but yeah, I'm not no plumber. But yeah, yeah, one of you ladies, you go heads up.
Mm.
Yeah, now,
All right.
yeah, like I said, you talking real crazy. Don't be
Real reckless.
reckless.
Real reckless.
Just
That's what it is.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
that explains it.
All right.
no, I'm alright though. Ain't nothing wrong. Change it.
Oh,
Yeah,
trust me,
yeah.
I've
Why
seen
does
you the
he
other
said
way.
change your requirements or get a cat?
Don't nobody
I
want no
already got
fucking
it.
cat.
I done told you I have a cat between my legs and that's it. Okay?
Right.
That's the only cat. The only cat I got.
Is
I
that a
agree
hairy?
with
Is
you.
that one of them hairy cats? Or is it a hairless
It's not
cat?
even hairy right now. It's it's a little fade. I got a little fade down right now. That's it.
Hey, some dude gonna be spitting out hair
He ain't
balls.
spit nothing.
Although,
He gonna eat when he gonna eat what's on his plate. That is it.
exactly.
So
You
I
must be
don't
going
care.
on all these dates, so
Hold on,
somebody
hold
gonna
on,
have to
hold on,
be
hold on,
very
hold on, hold
different.
on, hold on. He gonna eat what's on his plate no matter.
That's what I
Exactly.
said.
And if he don't want to eat it, somebody else will.
Damn,
That
ain't
part.
nobody eating no hairy cats. I'm just saying, you know that. Ain't nobody eating no hairy cats.
I beg to differ.
Mm.
That's like that's like putting an earmuff in your mouth.
Well, whatever.
Oh well, get to eating it then. How about that? I mean, if you eat enough, you can have water behind it, boo. I'm just
Like I
Don't
saying.
nobody
said,
want no. Hey man, don't nobody want to be picking no gray hairs out their teeth.
like I said,
I mean,
what
you
you
get water
won't do,
after.
somebody else will.
You can get thirsty. You can drink some water afterwards. How about that?
Fellas, y'all heard these ladies.
Don't let the smooth taste fool you.
That
And is
part.
it a smooth taste or is it kind of?
If he continues to come back, it must be smooth.
That part.
Hairy or not.
It must be Coke 45. Doesn't the smooth
Not
taste
Coke
fool you?
45.
Look, now he's showing his age.
Not Coke 45.
Y'all talk about the smooth taste. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. That's Coke 45. And y'all got malt
I'm
liquor
just
between your legs, man.
I'm just saying he gonna eat whatever's on his plate
look exactly. He gonna eat whatever
with
he
with a
served.
smile.
Dinner,
See, y'all,
dessert, breakfast,
All
lunch.
that.
yeah, something wrong with y'all. Fellas, y'all heard these ladies? They said we gonna eat what's on the plate.
Yeah.
I didn't push. Yeah, I was one of them dudes. My mother said that I'm gonna eat what's on the plate, and she came back in there at 11 o'clock, and I was still sitting at the table looking at that shit like,
I mean, we can sit on your face. It's up to
But like
you.
I said, if you don't eat what's on
I'm
your
just
plate,
telling you,
somebody
I
else
don't
will
eat,
clean that plate.
I don't eat what's on my plate. And I
Someone else
and
will help
and,
you out.
and
Okay.
Wanda
Okay.
will tell y'all. Wanda will tell y'all that yeah, he sat at the table till 11 o'clock, and yeah,
Somebody will
Hmm.
help you out.
Okay.
I didn't eat what was on that plate.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm.
ain't gonna just tell me I'm gonna eat what's ever on the plate.
You okay? Like I said, don't get a teammate.
Oh,
Y'all
oh,
be tag teaming.
oh,
Eccentric
that
said your
part.
voice was better the other day. Yeah, guy.
Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah, guy. Ain't nobody eating shit.
How did you tell?
I knew my dude guy was going, and he came in with a zinger. Ain't nobody eating nothing.
How did you tell? Somebody,
Hmm.
somebody eating so.
Hmm.
Hold on, Minnie Mouse. Hold on now. That sound like Sugarfoot, the horse.
Hmm.
Somebody gonna eat some. So I'm just saying.
Exactly.
I ain't had no complaints yet, so I
Eccentric
don't
said, what
know.
happened? Eccentric said, what happened to your voice, Minnie Mouse? Minnie Mouse is gone. Guy said he'll let the next dude get it. He passes. We not just eating what's on our plate. We gonna choose. When I go to the smorgasbord, I choose what I put on my plate. I don't just eat what's on the plate.
Mm, okay, I hear that.
They said you gonna eat what's on the plate. Chantel, we would have Chantel on the. We would bring her back
Don't
on.
worry, I'll fix a thing so
Hold
when
on, Mary.
tomorrow
Hold
comes,
on.
she come on
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I got it. I got it. Whenever my dude guy come in, I got to put the link out. I know guy gonna have some singles. Cause yeah, if they over 40 and they single, whose fault is it, guy?
Yeah, so somebody got a boost
YWG
mobile.
just YWG he gonna get ganged by y'all if y'all ever see him in person, cause he got something
We gonna have to square up. I already told him that we got to square up real quick.
he got something to say about all y'all. Yeah, I want my dude guy to come up. I want YWG to come up. I want
Oh
Chantel
please
to
no.
come up, but she got we're gonna have to get her a booster brick.
Mm-mm.
Wow. Eccentric said Juanita gonna say we wearing her off her meds. Juanita, go to sleep.
Why don't
Juanita,
you
go to
shut up?
bed. Put your nightgown, put your moo on, and go to bed.
Nah, moo.
Yeah, put your moo on.
Facts, sis.
Put your moo on and go to bed. I got my guy. Guy, man, what's up with these 40-year-old ladies that's single? They trying to blame it on us, man. Why they trying to blame it on us? Dang, Eccentric said the Aries that she had sex with was whack. He must have been on the cusp. He must have been a Pisces or something. He wasn't
No comment on that part.
no true
Oh, you
Aries.
okay? Are you okay?
Hey, guy, don't get caramel sweet started, guy. Don't get her
No,
started.
I'm being serious. He started coughing. I didn't know what was going on. I asked, was he okay?
I got good, guy.
Well,
Oh,
can you
okay.
hear me?
Yeah, I got you, guy. I got
Man, what's these girls talking all this foolishness, man?
you.
Y'all can't press somebody to do it. You, if you got to press somebody to do it, then we got problems.
They
I've
said
had
you
that
gonna eat
happen to
what's
me
on the plate,
before,
guy.
man. Hey, look, they be doing all that hitting, looking down and shit, spreading legs. Nah, nah. If you got to press me to do it, I don't want it.
You said you
Y'all
gonna
can
eat.
keep
They
that.
said we gonna eat what's on the plate, man.
They said keep
I don't
that
press
cat.
nobody. They gonna do it anyway.
They gonna do it anyway.
I said I don't have to
Yeah,
press anybody. They do it anyway. I get waking up to it, so I
if you
don't
get the
know.
right food.
I get
Yeah,
waking up to it, so I don't know. I ain't gotta press nothing.
there's always a fool out there.
Oh man, she said she get.
You say so.
Hold on. Caramel sweets, caramel
Yes,
sweets.
yes.
You talking real crazy tonight. She
No,
said she
I'm
get
not.
woke. She said she get woke up with a man eating what's on the plate. That's a wild one,
I guess.
Nah, she,
guy. These ladies, man, they trying to blame us because they
No,
can't find men, but they don't
Nobody
understand the
blame
common
men.
denominator is them.
Nobody blame
she's
men.
look, she's just projecting. That's all she's doing. That's just projection.
Who?
Cause you ain't got to talk about it if you getting it.
Hey,
Who?
You say
Did I
so.
say that?
Carmen
If you
Sweet
say
man,
so.
she beating dudes, man.
Shut up. Stop telling my business.
You just said it on the show, Tips.
Yeah, that was
She
like years ago.
stomping on dudes, guy, man. Yes, she.
Don't do that. You do too much.
Oh man, this
You
was a very
you gonna
very
give him
good
the wrong impression of me. Don't do that.
What's that?
Mm-mm.
But guy,
Yeah.
is it the why do ladies try to blame us for their choices? Because it comes the women are mad because they've made bad choices, but they want to put the blame on us.
Well,
Who said that?
of course they make bad choices, and I mean they get just stuck in their ways. I was telling one of my friends, right? We talk about our boys or the people that we grew up with, and they're still doing the same shit they was doing back when they was 20. So you know what it is? I said they're stuck.
They stuck, man. They stuck in the second,
They
third
they just stuck.
childhood.
You can't explain it. You know what I mean? So when a female keep choosing the same dude that treat her the same way and then break up with them, they're stuck. There's no rhyme or reason. I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist. They came up a certain way. I don't know what it is, but they stuck, and it's up to them to figure it out.
That's
Another dude can't make them figure it out. They just
and
can't.
that's what I've been saying, man. A lot of
Mhm.
these ladies have no accountability on the choices that they make in men.
It doesn't matter what we feel about their accountability. It doesn't matter, to be honest, because at the end of the day, they got to live with their choices. They could blame whoever they
Hey,
want.
guy,
They could
eccentric said,
say whatever they want. They have to live with it at the end of the day. That's just
yeah,
what it is, man.
they do. Eccentric. I mean, guy, eccentric said, do we ever tell our friends it's time to grow up? Yeah.
Yeah, of course we
Yes.
do.
Yes.
Of
Women
course.
don't tell women see, Ben will tell
Lies.
men like, dude, you
Lies.
fucking up.
That's lies. Do not do that. That is a lie. That's a whole lie right there.
And women do not check women.
I don't
Yes,
know
we
about
do.
that, man. Women
Yes, we
do.
do.
Women
And
say
I will
anything.
cut you off if you still do the same
Women
dumb
say
crap. I will cut
anything
you
to
off.
men, but they don't cut.
I
They
stopped
don't.
talking to females because they were still doing the same dumb things. I stopped talking to people. I've lost friends for that. Well, I didn't really lose them, but I stopped talking to females who doing the same thing, picking the same dudes, and keep complaining about the same thing over and over and over. No, I'm
See,
not
you
gonna do that.
different. You a Brooklyn chick. You wear Tim's.
Shut up.
You a Brooklyn chick.
No,
Y'all different. Y'all different.
yeah, I don't play that. Mm-mm. No,
Hold on, eccentric. You talking about? Nah, we just talking about experience. We talking about the experiences that. Now we
you
do
want their
know
experience.
about the experiences that we've been through. Am I right, guy? We do
Man,
know
I ain't
about
gonna
the experiences
look
we.
here. I ain't gonna mansplain to her. I do know everything.
He said he's
Oh,
not gonna
I ain't gonna.
Okay,
All that old bullshit. Nah, I ain't running. I ain't. No.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Shanty. Hold on.
I swear.
okay,
I do.
okay.
We men hold other men accountable.
To what extent?
We hold you. If you show up with a girl and she's busted, when she leave, we're gonna be like, dog, what the hell you bringing busted ass chick around us for? We hold dudes accountable. Women don't do
Mm.
that.
You a lie, but okay.
No, we do, but we do it like in a joking manner.
Yeah, we
I mean,
joke. Yeah,
especially
we joke.
if it's my man, if it's my boy, my ace boom, my man 50 grand, we say whatever. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So we tell them
Mm.
that's what men
straight up
do.
and down,
That's what men do. Women
straight
don't do
up.
Okay.
that. Y'all touch on each other's titties.
You
Oh, your
gotta
titties
stop
look
saying
oh,
that.
they're jumping. That's what y'all do. Y'all touch on each other's titties.
No, no, we do not. I don't know where you getting this from. Where you getting this from?
I've, I've seen it. I've seen it.
I don't know what females you know, but those ain't my female friends. No, thank you.
Guy, have you
Uh-uh.
ever seen a chick touch other chick's titties in public?
Have I did seen what?
Another chick touch another chick's titties in public.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
what's
what
that?
y'all do.
Why?
No, it's not what
Crossways.
y'all do. It's what some do. Not y'all. Some, not y'all. Not me.
See, okay, eccentric gonna say we talking about physically busted, and they talking about character. Get the
You need some tea.
eccentric, eccentric. When all y'all women is swooning over Future, y'all not talking about Future's character. I don't
Whoa,
know
whoa,
what
whoa,
y'all
whoa.
talking about.
Who?
Y'all women love Future.
That's a lie right there. I don't care who told it. That's a lie. Mm-mm. No,
Y'all women,
ma'am.
well, I'm
I
saying that's the
don't like
type of
future.
dudes that y'all women like. I mean, I see
Oh,
women was coming to Young Thug in jail, telling him that he was the one. Look at Young Thug. That's what
that's
y'all want.
weird. Not, no, it's not. No, it's not. In a way. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. No, thank you.
Y'all make the wrong choices in men.
No, y'all pretend to be somebody else for 30 days and then switch around. As soon as you got her hooked, you switch. Let's keep it real. There
It's,
are guys out
it's
there who will pretend to be somebody else to get the girl hooked. As soon as you got her hooked, y'all switch real quick. Now it's a problem. But if she
men.
do it,
We
it's
don't
automatically
switch up.
crazy.
Men don't switch up. Men don't
That's
switch
a
up.
lie. That's a lie. That is a lie.
Why would we switch up on somebody? If we switch up on them, then they ain't really worth our time. I mean, y'all
Right.
want to be honest. I mean, if we switch up, if a lot of times we we watch, we see what we're working with,
Hmm.
and once we see the trouble signs, yeah, we switch. Once
It
we
doesn't need
see
to be
the
a trouble sign.
once we see the crazy come out, it come out. That shit come out in little sneaky ways.
Yeah, it come out
I'm
in a
gonna
little
tell you
sneaky
I'm
way.
crazy. I'll tell you in the beginning I'm crazy. I'll tell you.
Yeah, there's
There's
crazy.
no
I'm crazy.
no surprises. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna
I'm
let you know. Hey,
there's certain kinds of crazy. I mean, we could say that about me. I could say, yeah, I do some crazy shit sometimes too. But it's a certain kind of crazy.
Yeah, and you know,
It's that
it's that crazy
bullshit.
when they look at you, they be looking like this.
It's that
they can be
bullshit.
They be
crazy.
having, they be having them crazy eyes, like that chick on Orange is the New Black, crazy
There,
eyes.
there are females who will tell you they crazy, and y'all won't believe them, and y'all will still deal with them. And then when she put you in some crazy shit, now it's this is crazy. But she
You
told you she
talk
was crazy.
no, I know that, but you talking about young dudes. Now you ain't talking about me. I mean, you ain't talking about an older dude, right? Yeah, I
Yes,
fell for it a lot
yes.
of times.
I'm talking about an older dude. Somebody, my cousin. I'm telling you, my cousins they weird. So they gonna tell the dude they crazy, and he was like, "You not crazy," and she was like, "No, I'm telling you, I'm crazy." He didn't believe her. He did something stupid, and he woke up to her
She
looking
bust
at
his
him
window.
at the window, like she was stalking this dude. Like she told him, "I'm crazy. I'm going to stalk you if you mess me up." She was stalking him, popping up at
Well,
his job. She done took the lug nuts out of his car. All of this, like she was on some crazy stuff. And she told him off the bat what it is, and he still chose to deal with her. And he
he
was just
was
like,
right.
Eccentric said you gotta be delusional if you think men will pretend to be what a woman wants until they get out of her what they.
"True." There are some guys. We're not saying all guys are like that, but there are guys that will pretend. Once they find out what a female likes, they pretend to be that person, and then when they got her hooked, they go and be who they genuine are because they thinking, "Oh, I got her hooked. she's not going to walk away. Most guys do that. Not saying all of y'all do it, but majority of the guys do that. Will pretend to be somebody that they're not just to get you hooked, which
It's
is
too much.
weird.
These are not men over 40 because once you get over 40, you're not pretending to be nobody.
Right.
You're gonna. I'm gonna be who I am. I've
Right.
always. I'm not pretending to be nothing.
Nope.
I'm not. I'm not pretending to be nothing. I am who I am.
Fuck that. Hey,
It's
I've
too
been
much
this
trouble
way.
being me.
I've been this way for 40 years. But hey, they
That's
ain't
okay,
no
and
more
that's
acting.
another thing. So y'all still stuck in y'all ways when y'all get to a certain age. Y'all can't change for nothing. Not saying nobody, oh, because I see your face. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Not saying to change, but I feel like when you in your 40s or your 50s and you're dating somebody, you're supposed to compromise. She should not have to do everything your way because you're so stuck in your ways. It's supposed to be a compromise.
Women most definitely have to compromise if they over 40.
Social men. What you talk about? It's be both. Y'all both to compromise because you
What I
stuck in
gotta compromise?
your ways.
What I gotta
Because
compromise
you
for? If I'm
stuck in
making the
your
most money
ways.
I ever made in my life, what am I
You
compromising
stuck
for?
in your ways and you trying to date somebody. You can't be stuck in your ways. You if she can't just do what you want to say, do what you do because you're the man and you're paying everything. That's not how that works. No. You gotta compromise. You gotta come to a common ground where y'all both can get along. Not just because you're older or you're stuck in your ways and you're making the money, whatever you say goes. That's not how that's going to work. No. You're gonna have to compromise. Somebody's gonna have to both of y'all have to compromise in
Who?
order for y'all to be in a
Who?
relationship.
Okay.
So,
That sounds good. That sounds good in a certain world. But who's the leader of the relationship?
so because he's the leader, I have to do everything he said.
No, did I say that? See, you
No, no, I'm
crazy. See?
asking. No, 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 I'm
Now
asking
I
you.
see it. I
No,
found
I'm
no.
asking.
I mean, there it is,
Hold
right
on,
there.
let me finish. Shit.
There you go.
The
No, listen, look, no, nobody's young like that anymore. Nobody talk. I don't talk like that shit no more. You got to do everything I say, and I got you right around my finger. No, I don't need that shit.
I sound crazy.
I don't need that. I don't need a female like I. I want a female. I don't need one.
correct.
That's just it.
Right. I want a female, but I don't need one.
We don't chase pussy no more. I don't. That shit ain't nothing but the meat on the bone. That's it. It's not. It's a nice to have. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, but that shit ain't gonna. It ain't gonna run my world. That's young people. That's a young man. That's just
Yeah, for real.
Why
Older
does
men
he
ain't
fight me?
trying to pretend to be nothing. Ain't only thing an older dude is gonna try to pretend to be is younger. That's that's the only thing an older dude is gonna
That's a
pretend to
good
be
one.
younger.
Okay,
That's it.
That's funny. That is
okay.
funny.
That's it. That's the only
That's a
thing an
good
older
one.
man is gonna be pretend to be is younger.
Hmm,
We done.
okay.
We. I'm not trying to be nobody that I. It's too much trouble being me. I'm not trying to. Man, I don't have time to. I don't have time to show you a different face than the face that I. I don't have time for that.
That might be you, but it's not everybody else.
I don't think. I'm saying that if an older dude is still out here being somebody that he's not, he got a mental problem.
Not unless they're
That might
broke.
Yeah,
not broke, sir.
or broke.
Yeah,
Or broke.
because you know the whole routine. You know, dudes, if they broke, they try to find a female so they can move in with them and drive their car. You know that bullshit.
Hobosexuals.
So they gotta play that
Yes.
part. They gotta play the
Yep.
part so they can get in because they broke and they need to lay their head somewhere. It's them dudes.
Yeah, y'all ladies always say the ladies be saying the best sex I ever had was a dude that didn't have nowhere to stay. That's because
Oh,
he
not
know he
me.
gotta put it down if he wants a place to
Not me.
stay.
That was no, 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 no. Oh no.
What?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
a
Mm-mm.
homosexual whole thing is sex.
I don't want that.
YWG. What's up, brother?
He better go sit down somewhere real
Hold
quick.
on. Juanita
Pop in the
says,
forehead.
so what you're saying is your actions always line up with your words. Juanita, what I'm saying is I'm too old to be pretending. I'm who I am. I don't have time to lie. I don't have time to cover up lies. I don't have time to be I don't have time I don't have the energy. I take naps in the afternoon now.
Not naps. You get on my nerves.
I take
You get on
naps
my
in the afternoon.
nerves.
I don't have time to be somebody else. I'm not. I don't.
Get on my nerves.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, I ain't. Wow. Yeah, exactly. That is the best meat you gonna get is the dude that has the dude that don't need you to do nothing. That's the best meat you gonna get.
Mm, okay.
But y'all don't want y'all you know you women y'all
You
talk a
gotta
good
say, you
game.
gotta stop saying y'all
You
don't
ladies,
want that. You gotta stop saying
ladies,
that.
y'all
You gotta
talk
stop
a
saying
good
that.
game. But it's too many good dudes out here with no woman for y'all to be right.
What?
It's too many good dudes out here for y'all to be right.
If you say so.
I'm gonna say this again. Men are not complaining about not having access to women. We're complaining about having access to wifey material. Women complain about not having men ain't even checking for y'all now. And y'all wonder why men aren't checking for y'all, but y'all still put the blame on men.
Not every female blaming men. You gotta stop saying that.
A lot of y'all.
Say that.
A lot of y'all.
Say that part. Say that part. Because I can care less about a guy
I
right now. I can
want
care
to
less.
mention I'm not lumping everybody in one category. I never talk in absolutes because I know it's not. There's no absolutes in anything except horseshoes. You either get a ring or you don't.
No.
She said
Okay.
I keep lumping everybody. No, I'm not. Juanita said the only guy to ever have a key to my place is a friend. And the only reason was because my brother was concerned about
I don't give out keys. I don't care who you are.
me. See,
First of all, I don't.
Juanita,
I like to eat.
you gonna wake up one night, he gonna be in the bed with you like I was just coming over here to make sure
And that's why I don't give out keys.
I just
That's why
came
I'm
over,
not giving out no keys.
make sure everything was
Yeah.
all right. Well, where you in my bed? Yeah, I just jumped in the bed with you.
But if, first of all, why would you be in her bed if she gave you the key to make sure she's okay? Not that had nothing to do with anything else. Why are you in her bed? Why are you in her bedroom?
Hey, she gave me the
You're
key,
supposed
so
to
that means
call
you
and
got
text
access to
before you
the
use the
bed.
key. You get on my nerves.
If a woman give you keys to the house, you got access to the bedroom.
I'm not giving nobody no key nowhere. Nah,
Hey, Kukui, I need them keys.
no. No, first of all, I don't wear clothes at home, so no. That's a
Guy,
negative.
I got a question for you, guy. Do you think it depends? Do you think where you the okay? Are East Coast women different than Midwest women? Are East Coast women different than West Coast women? So, do you think that a region that a woman comes from determines what type of woman she is?
No, I don't think so.
An East
They
Coast woman and
may,
a West Coast woman the same.
yes, because super, like, once you peel back them layers, a woman is a woman. They they may have a little nuance because they live in these certain certain different areas, Once you peel back that shit, that a woman is a woman. You know what I
But
mean?
I think blue collar women are different than women who work in a factory.
Once you peel back them layers, a woman
They
is a
all
woman.
women.
They, you know what I mean? No matter if they're a CEO, once you break down that barrier and you're in, you're gonna get the woman.
So it don't matter the East Coast, West Coast,
No,
Southern. So Southern women are. I think I'm Southern women. Southern hospitality is
that's don't
you don't get
no,
that from women
no.
in New York.
Superficial. That's what I'm talking about. The nuance. That's that superficial. So I'm a Southern woman. We do this. We do that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Not
I
all
get
of
it.
them. Not all of them. But I ain't
It's
gonna
that.
lie, man. Them women from the South, man, yeah.
Nah, I think they're the same. I mean, I'm not
Oh,
saying
Juanita
all
said you
women are the
good.
same, but
Juanita's agreeing with something that you said, G. Why? It's the first time tonight Juanita's agreed with a man. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. But yeah. You think a woman, it don't matter where she come from, she's a woman. Blue collar, work in the factory, farm girl, they at the end of the day, they're all a woman.
yeah, once you break down them barriers, man, you know how it is. They gonna front at first. They gonna front, but once you get in, and I'm not saying once you have sex with them and all this, but once you get in and get close to them, um, they're gonna be a woman. You know, they're gonna be a female.
Yeah, once they get comfortable with you, that's it.
I mean, what else is there? I mean, just think about it. Just when you really think about it, you know what I mean? What it's gonna be that. Nah, it's gonna be all them barriers at first. Hey, look, man. I make them girls fall in love with me, man. That's what I do.
Okay,
And then
interesting.
He said, I make
see
them
the way
ladies
I
fall in
do it.
love with
You know the best way to do it
you. 6'8"
is
guy. That's just easy.
nah. It ain't
Damn.
about. Look. It's about
I'm sorry, I
just.
apologize.
It's about just being you. You know what I mean? It's if you if you front and all that bullshit. I was always like that too. I was always me. I ain't never tried to be a tough guy. I ain't never tried to
Guy, man,
be
you
the
six
loud
eight,
guy
man. You
in the
6'8".
room.
Ain't nobody running up on you, guy,
I ain't trying to be the loud guy in the room trying to show off. You know what I mean? All that bullshit that dudes do. Nah,
man.
I don't do all that. I don't do all that bullshit.
No,
No.
no.
And then once I get her and we hang out a few times, we
Got it.
talk. I break them down. I break them down to the last compound. And
Good Lord.
they say,
Breaking them
God,
down to the last compound. That's
I
pretty damn
love you, guy. And that's when I hear that, I'm like, okay, I like you too.
No, stop. That is so.
He said, I love you. He said, I like you too.
Look, me too.
That is not the same. That is not the
oh,
same.
oh, man.
Me too.
Oh,
Y'all
that's not
wow.
the same either. That's worse. You can't say
Hold on,
me too.
hold on,
She
hold
done said I love you. That is worse. Oh my God.
I'll be honest, that happened to me one time, right? This girl, right? And she was fine and she was thick. But something about me and her didn't connect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was thick. I mean, woo.
Oh.
But it's something that we didn't connect. And she said, God, I love you, right? And she caught me off guard. This was like the only time that this shit ever happened to me. And I hesitated, but I never said it. I ain't even say it. And that was the beginning of the end, though. You know what I mean? but
Oh my God.
I couldn't say it because it wasn't real.
Right.
You
So
see
you
what I
gonna say
mean?
me too?
I don't know
Did
how
she
well I
catch
said.
on when you said me too? Did she catch on, or she just didn't pay no attention?
She saw it, right? She saw it. She saw me. That it was the end after that.
Oh
She
my
was
God.
bringing me. Look, she was one of my work buddies too. I mean, we worked at the same place.
Oh,
She was bringing me lunch.
That was the work wife.
Yeah, basically. But it was something about her. It was something about it.
Hey
I couldn't
man,
say it.
hey man, Chantel, she got two work husbands, and they be bringing her food, and she be showing
they
us the
do.
pictures of the food they be
They do.
bringing up, man.
They do.
Man, a
And
man is
they bring a
persistent.
food and dessert.
They persistent. They'll do that for years.
Yeah, I'm not being no work husband. I'm sorry.
Nah,
That's for them other dudes. I ain't. If I'm your work husband, I'm trying to smash.
Oh my God. Wait a
I
minute.
don't want no work. If you can't be my, if we ain't smashing, don't call me no work husband. Don't call me none of that. No, I ain't none of that. Call me that after we smash. No,
No, what you mean? Wait
I'm
a
joking.
minute.
I'm joking.
I, I'll take you be
So
mean that sometimes too.
eccentric gonna say, oh, so men do have work wife. Nah,
Yes,
God
they
had a work
do.
wife.
They
God
do.
had a work wife. What?
Men do have work wives. God was
I
just
know.
mean to his.
You know what I really think though? I really think she was
What?
running game on. She was running game on me. That's all.
She was
She
running
was
Why do
game
you
on
think that? Why do you think that?
be, because it just it came out the blue, right? She was fine and thick
Hmm.
as shit, right?
Oh
And
God.
she
me.
look, I was
Are
surprised
you
that I
okay over
no, she stepped to me too. She came at me hard, right? So I just never trusted her because what she was I was a federal employee, right? And there's certain rules that you gotta abide by if you're a
Don't
fed, and
fraternize.
right, and how you deal with
there? Right.
how you deal with contractors, right? So I just think she was trying to jam me up because what she did was she stepped to me real hard. She basically said, "I want to fuck you" and all this bullshit, right? And I was like, "Okay, I want to fuck you too," but uh, but what she did was what she did. This is what she did. This is what she did that
Okay.
threw me off. She started buying me lunch because we're not supposed to take gifts over a certain amount of money, right?
Okay.
And then she bought me a watch.
Oh.
Oh,
Right. She bought me a
Mm.
watch. And I'm like, bitch, I don't know you like that. Hey, we only did it twice. What the fuck? Right?
See,
And then
you
I
gotta
started
stop.
and then I
Mm, go
started
ahead.
getting suspicious. I started getting suspicious. I'm like, what? She's
Why?
trying to jam me up, make me lose my good government job.
You already smashed though.
I know, but yeah, we're allowed to do that. But fuck, I mean, she bought me a $400 watch. Like, this bitch, why you buying me this watch?
oh,
Because
oh.
I think she wanted to hold something over me so she could get hired permanently.
Yeah,
That's
man. Hey,
you
man.
see what I'm
Hey,
saying?
hey, hey.
Well, maybe
So she
if
had
you didn't, smash correctly to her, she probably would have did that. You out
Hey,
here
man.
smashing her and making her fall in love. That's your fault. You overdid
I was,
it.
I was
I don't think she was fun. Look, she would do some shit like she would call me late at night. She had a man, and
Ooh,
I could hear that nigga snoring, and she'd be like,
oh,
she'd be talking shit about him. I'm like,
and
this
you be
bitch.
entertaining it, and you just be listening like it ain't nothing.
No,
oh,
Yeah.
I thought that was odd, right? She'd call me and she'd be like, I was, where's your man at? Oh, he's asleep. You hear him snoring? He ain't shit. All this bullshit, right?
Oh man,
She just ran too much game. That's why when I that's why I couldn't say it.
she spooked you.
Because that rubs me the wrong way.
She spooked you.
Mm-mm. Oh
That's it.
Lord.
Juanita gonna say you was on her. You was putting that motherfucking
I just say he
put
gave her too
that
much.
Edmonds on them. The
Mm-mm.
whipping.
You did more for her. You did more for her than her man did. So she got to latch on real quick.
I don't know
Damn.
about that.
You trying to dickmatize her, sir.
Said he put the Kenny Edmonds on her.
Man, I was
Wow, we
look,
loving
hey,
this.
look, hey, Aaron, I was hitting that in the server room and shit.
Nah, you
Man,
Oh,
wild. You
shit.
wild as you man. You
Oh,
wild, man.
early in the morning,
Man, you
we
can't
go in
sir.
the
hang
server
wild,
You was
man.
room
doing extra stuff. You was doing extra. You was trying to get her to fall in love. That's what that
at
was.
the
That's what
time.
it sounded like.
Look, we went into Starbucks and she went to the
Okay.
bathroom and I knocked on the door. I followed her in the bathroom. I was freaking
Oh
her.
my.
Boy, you
Oh
wild.
my
Oh,
God.
man, where y'all be at on man? Where y'all be at on Friday nights, man?
Let
Where
me
y'all
clutch my pearls, cause what? Oh my God.
No, this girl, this look here, look. I'm gonna tell you about this girl. This is the thickest girl. And so if you look at if a video, right, and you look at like Megan, what's that girl's name? Megan, what's the rapper's
Megan Thee
name?
Stallion.
Megan Thee Stallion. She was thicker than her. Who? Let me see.
Don't say no sexy red.
She was thick like Scissor, but shaped better than Scissor.
Oh my. Oh my
I
God.
mean, man, she was like a strip. It was my lucky day,
Not my
But she,
lucky day,
Fell
sir.
in love with a stripper.
man, she had a
She
stripper
did.
body. I see that. No, but it was.
Oh,
I think it was all fake.
so you
And
was
her
entertaining.
sister, and her sisters look better than her, thicker than her. I couldn't believe when I met her sisters. I was like, damn.
You mean family now?
No,
they
I
must
mean,
have been, they must have been from South Carolina.
I don't know where the hell they were from, but they was all fat as shit.
Shut up.
I know that for sure. But what I'm saying is, it's that fakeness. It's that if I don't feel it's real, I I don't want it. Now, could I? I mean, I was young then, so even if I didn't get her, it wasn't nothing. You know what I mean? Because I was young.
Right.
I didn't have to have her. You know what I mean? Even though she was thick, and even though I just have to have something real.
Hmm.
I don't like no fake shit. I just don't like it.
So, guy, do you think you're harder on women when you were younger or when you were older, or
I'm
as you older?
No, I'm still the same because if I don't, if I just meet a girl and I don't care if she disrespects me in any way,
You out.
I'm a carrier, or I'm just gonna leave, or I'm just gonna leave because I don't love her. I'm just trying to like her at first. You know what I mean? I'll
Hmm.
leave. I'll leave a girl sitting in a restaurant.
Oh, that's not nice.
I'll put her out of my car, and we didn't have Uber back then.
That is not nice.
You know what I mean?
Why
Because some
He put
women,
out. He put her out the
look,
window.
Oh,
some women will disrespect you. They'll disrespect you on the slide, on the
I say
other
that?
side of their mouth.
Oh my
So if
God.
I'm just trying to get to know you, I don't love you. I don't like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna, yeah. I'm like Ice Cube. I take him to Burger King. I ate.
Yeah.
Oh,
You want Red Lobster? I'm thinking Burger King.
I'm about to
Nah,
put
man.
you in the corner next. What? Sir, that's not how that works.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I remember Ice Cube. Yeah. Nah, man. Because look, if a female like you, she'll go to Burger King with you.
I'm
You
not.
know
I don't
that.
even. Not me. I don't like Burger King. You take me to
Yeah,
Wendy's,
right. Whatever.
McDonald's.
You front.
I
You
don't.
front.
I don't like Burger King. No, I'm being serious. I don't like Burger King.
Okay, whatever
Wendy's,
restaurant.
McDonald's.
Applebee's. Damn
Yeah,
it.
I like that. I like Applebee's.
These females, if they really like a dude, they'll go to the restaurant, even if it's substandard to them. They'll go
yep,
You know,
if
yeah,
they
true.
really like the dude. If they
100.
front, if they front and say, "Nah, I ain't doing all that," she don't really like you like that. You have
Right.
to earn. You're in the category that you have to earn it, earn the like, and then she just got the upper hand for the rest of the time, rest of the relationship.
Uh,
But if
that's
a
not right,
girl
though. I don't think.
really likes you, she's gonna do it. She's gonna go, "Hey, where you going?" "Oh, I want to go for a walk." "Oh, this nigga ain't gonna buy me nothing." Nah, they'll go for a walk if they really like you. That's what
Mm,
I
I don't
noticed
think.
about
I don't
females.
think. I don't think the first date should be dinner anyway. I think the first date should be something more. Where you can talk. You can eat and stuff like that, but I'd rather do something different. I don't like going on to a dinner or movies. If a chick asks me to take her to the movies on the first date, I delete her number.
well, damn, that's harsh.
The movies is not a first date. That's the chick that wants you to take her to see something she wants to see. Yeah, that ain't no
Mm-mm.
lie. That ain't no lie. Yeah, a woman that wants you to take her to a movie on the first date, man, she just want to go see something. She's trying to see a movie. She's not trying to
I
get
be
to know
asking
you.
for a picnic.
And then you can't talk and get to know nobody in a movie.
Go to a
So
picnic.
women, don't ever tell
Have
a
a
man to
picnic.
take you to the movies on the first date.
I be asking for picnics.
You be
I don't
asking for
know.
picnics. See, that's
Yeah.
that's cool shit. That's a man will love that. A
Mm,
picnic.
go to a picnic. Yeah.
You know what I do? I
What?
let I let the woman handle all that shit, man. I just say wait. I let them do it. I say if they would say, "Let's go here." Okay, I'll take you there. I just let them do it. I was like, "What you?" I mean, it's not that I don't fight it. I don't fight it at
Okay.
first because
Okay.
like one of my first girlfriend's mother, she was from the South, right, from South Carolina. She said, "Yeah, the woman is supposed to handle all of uh, um, the leisure
Planning.
activities. They handle that.
Is that true?
Just
Is
let
that
them.
true?
I just let them
Is that true?
handle it. But
Queen
if they
Queen?
say, huh?
Is that she from South Carolina? I'm asking her.
I'm
Is
not
that true?
from South. I keep telling you, I am not from South Carolina. My mama's from South Carolina. I live in South Carolina. I am not from here. Stop
She
playing
from
with
Brooklyn.
yourself.
And I'm talking about
Yes.
the dates. I'm talking about the dates. If they say, "Yeah, I want to do this and this and that," and I'll say, "Oh, okay, let's do that." I mean, but if they say, "Hey," I mean, there's limitations to that, of course. If they're trying to use
Right.
me, then
That's true.
but they handle. I just let them. It's like even if I start digging them, and we're get into a relationship, I let the female handle all the leisure stuff. If they want to do this, if they want to go here, go there, whatever.
So, guy, do you date? So, when you looking to date somebody, guy, do you date somebody your age or do you date a little younger?
Um,
Do you and do you give more grace to the younger chick than the older chick?
no, no, no. I mean, I could go younger. I could go my age, and I could probably go even a little older. I mean, I'm at that age where I'm like, I'm looking for a companion too. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So how will a woman? Okay, and I'm asking this because I kind of know where. How can a woman get to the point where you're looking at companionship? Because a lot of these women, they stop you from wanting companionship from the stuff that they want in the beginning.
What was that? What was that again? Sorry about that, man. What?
I
Uh,
said, when you look at when you dating, do you give more grace to the younger chick because she's learning as opposed to the older chick? She may be trying to play the long con.
I'll be honest.
Okay.
I I do prefer 'em a little bit younger. Like me, I'm 54, right? I'll take them like 38. You know what I mean?
Yep.
To be honest with you,
What's good, Juggernaut?
or
Hey, Jim.
even in
I
their low,
know my man
in,
Jug gonna
even
answer.
in the low 40s.
Even in the low 40s.
Yeah, but I'm
I'll be
not.
honest. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. If I'm dating an older chick, I have different expectations of what she's going to know in terms of dating as opposed to a younger chick.
I mean, I take them. Hey, look. The thing is, if they're my age, I don't have a problem with that either. Because just as long as the vibes are right, just as long as we click, that's what counts, right?
It's hard to find a
Right.
chick. It's hard to find a chick to click with.
Mm.
Most of the girls I ever mess with, we click
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Yeah.
because they're all different, right? And once you get to know them, and you accept what they are, if you accept them, then it's easier to click. You know,
Right. Exactly.
I met some girls. I mean, that was off a little bit. It was had these little quirks and so on and so forth. But once I recognized that, because I got my own quirks, right?
Corpse don't really
So
bother. Corpse don't really bother me. Unless it's a weird quirk. I think everybody has quirks.
I just don't want a female that think they're better than me. Uh,
Right.
I don't want a female that's think they're better than me or playing games. That's it.
Yeah. But
That's
the thing
good.
about that is it's hard to it's hard to differentiate.
No, no, it's not. I mean, no, not to me, man, because it's all about the questions you ask. You know what I mean?
Right.
It always comes out. It comes out sooner or
It comes
later. It
out
comes
quick.
out.
It comes out quick.
It comes out. You know what I mean? That it's going to get exposed.
Juanita Mitchell said, "Fellas, have you found anyone to click with in the last 5 years?" And I would say I found people that I click with, but not to the point where I want to be in a relationship. Because if somebody tells you that they want to be a friend, and then you don't move to a relationship to the speed that they want, a lot of times that friendship will end. And it wasn't never a friendship in the beginning
Right.
because a lot of women will say they want to be friends, but if they don't get what they want out of you, then that friendship ends. Was it really a friendship, or was it just they were trying to get something out
Now
of
they
you?
were just trying to get stuff from you and see what it is, what they can get out of your situation like that. But I feel like if you would know you want to be with somebody, you take it. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's a time limit, but I feel like you would know when you ready to take that next step with that person. Only you two will know. Not nobody else, not the outsiders, none of that. It's you two. But if you're not in a relationship and you tell her that and she still pursues you, then that's on her and not you, if that makes sense.
And the reason I say that is I was having a conversation with three sisters earlier this week, and One of the sisters had been dating a guy for 5 years. And I asked her, I said, do you think that 5 years is enough time for him to know whether he wants to marry you or not? And the two sisters said, yes. They said, because I'm at the point now where I'm about to ask him, what do you want out of my sister? It's been 5 years. Do you want to marry her? Whereas the girl that was in a relationship, she said that she was kind of cool with the way that everything was going now because she enjoyed it. She enjoyed being, she said it was a friendship before they were even in a relationship. So she just enjoys it. But the other two sisters were like, it's time for him to pop the question. What is too long? What is long enough and what is too long in terms of from a friendship going to a relationship to, where it could possibly build to a marriage? What's the timeline on that? There is no timeline, or is it personal preference what the timeline is? I mean, what
Man,
you
that's
think,
young.
guy? What you think? What you think?
That's young. That's young people talk.
Right.
I'm I'm not at the age where some woman's gonna be pressing me to marry her.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
it's just. I mean, that's you. The old adage. That's just a piece of paper. Love me, shit. I mean, come on, man.
Juanita
That's
said she
that
had a
young.
guy.
That's young talk. I want to build a life with you. Talk. No, I'm past that.
Juanita said
No.
she had a guy that said he wanted to be single, but his actions were different. So when I
Mm,
acted according to his words, he would get an attitude with me.
been there, been there. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, mm-mm.
YWG said he thinks you can know within a year if you want to be with somebody for the rest of your life.
I think it depends on that person though. Like everybody's different. It just depends on you. But they do say they they say that guys knows within 6 months to a year if they want that person. But I think it depends on that person. It depends on how you feel with that person, or whatever the case may be. It's like everybody's different. You got people who get married after 3 months of knowing each other, and you get people who got married after being together for 10 years. It just depends on your preference with that person. It depends on y'all two, how y'all feel, and if you're ready to take that step. If you're not ready to take the step, then you're not ready. It just
But a
depends
lot of
on,
older women, a lot of older women that are over 40 say men can't make up their mind what they want. Because a lot of women that are over 40, their timeline has shrunk. And they know that the possibilities of them finding someone every day it shrinks. Every passing day, it shrinks their chances to get with somebody. So their timeline may be different. Whereas a guy that's older, he's gonna be more, he's gonna take his time because he knows that he's trying to find someone that he can be with, not somebody that wants his insurance money. Y'all keep saying 200,000 and it's more money than she had. What I'm saying is men, that's what men are looking at. Men are looking at, do I want this woman? Is this woman good enough that when I'm gone, she's gonna get everything I got? And that's what men look at. And when
that's why I
women
say
understand that, they
only
may
you
be a
will
whole
know.
lot better.
You will know when you're ready to pop the question. If you want to pop the question, but that's a conversation between you and her. If you don't want to get married, if you just want to stay and y'all just staying together, then that's when you have a sit down
A
conversation.
lot of people say
But
that
if
a
you
marriage is a business
if
agreement. It ain't even really relegated on. It ain't even really about nothing to love. They just say it's a business agreement.
I think it is it's what you make it, I guess. I turn down too, so I don't know. I guess it's whatever you make it as.
I don't think that. I think you can love someone without being married. I think marriage is. I think marriage is more for women. Women are more at ease when they get married. But a man could be with a woman for 30
Okay.
years and not be married and still be faithful and be in a relationship. Does marriage does a marriage? I mean, does a relationship always have to be consummated by marriage? Can you love somebody and not? Can you be in love and be monogamous to somebody and it not be consummated by marriage? Is that possible? Or do women need
It
the,
depends
or
on
do
that person.
women need the marriage?
Again, it depends on that person. Because you could be with somebody and don't want to be married. And then y'all break up and you go be with somebody else and that person makes you want to get married. So it depends on the person. I know guys out there that they've been with their girl for 10 years, they break up, they went and got married with the next girl they went with. Same thing with a female. Didn't want to have kids. She didn't want to get married. They was together for like 10, 15 years or whatever. They broke up. She went with being with somebody else. Now she's married with two kids. It literally depends on the person. Like you could say, "Oh, I don't want this and I don't want that," but if you get with somebody, you change what you want sometimes. So it just depends on the person that you're dealing with at the time. Again,
Suge and I said modern
that's how
day
I
marriage
see it
is a
as.
scam.
That's his opinion.
No, I agree with that. What's your name? CS?
It's caramel.
Couch cushions.
I
Mm.
agree with I agree
That's not my
I
name.
agree with everything you just said.
Thank you, sir.
That's real.
So it really depends on the person,
Yeah.
but it takes two to tango. So I think it.
No,
I
what
think.
she said
I think.
was
I think it's dependent on both the people.
what she said was real because she said that if you get with somebody else, I might change the way I feel because of that different person. Like I could say I could be in a relationship with somebody, but it could change. That's true. That is so true.
The
Yeah,
marriage
'cause just
aspects
people
makes
bring out different.
does the marriage make you work to keep the relationship together?
I think a marriage is what you make it. Because there's nothing, nobody marries it the same way. So a marriage is what you make it as. Is what you get married to somebody, and this is what we want to do. X, Y, and Z, and one, two, three. This is how our marriage is going to work. I don't care about what they do over there. I don't care about what he doing over there. In our marriage, this is how it's going to work. And that's what it is. I feel like everybody wants to conform to what society says, do this, do that. No. Then some people, then you're not happy. Do what fits you. What makes you happy. Find that person and y'all do it together and see what happens. Like that's what it is. A lot of people don't do that. They trying to conform to society or what they say we're supposed to be married in 2 years and we gotta have this many kids and we gotta have this. No, and now you wondering why you're miserable with this person because this person wasn't equally yoked to be with you. So it depends on the person you with that fits you. Like they said, nobody's perfect, but there is somebody perfect enough for you. Like that person is made specifically for you. Like that's what it is, and that's how I believe. I feel that's what it is. It just depends on that person.
I understand what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Thank you.
But I will say this: I understand what you're saying, but a lot of older women that are looking for relationships, they want it consummated by marriage. A lot of older
You
women,
think so? Older
yeah,
women?
yeah, a lot of older women, they want to get married. They don't just want to just be in just yeah. A lot of older women want to get married. That's what they talk about. Those ladies over 40, they're not saying that they can't. They say they can't find a man to get married to it. But the thing about it is some of their wants aren't needs.
Oh, so
And
if
a lot
it's
of
a
women don't
woman,
understand
no,
that.
no. So it's a
But
woman that's never. So if it's a woman that's never been married, yeah, I could see that. But if it's a woman that's been married before and over 40 and not, divorced or not,
yeah, that's
then
different.
then I think it would be different.
That's different. That's different. Jug said a true relationship is about building each other up and having them go for their best potential to enhance themselves, support each other. Yeah, you want the best for you want both people to be striving to be the best. I'm with that. YWG said yes. He has met a lot of women that want to be married, but they aren't wives. Jug said they getting
I'm gonna
old
speak
and
for
crunchy.
myself. I'm gonna speak for myself. I'll be 43 on the 28th of this month.
Okay.
I have been engaged twice, and both times I've ended the relationship. It's not that I don't want to get married. I just feel like when it's the right time, it's the right time. I'm not if it's not the right time, it's not the right time.
Understood.
I really don't care to get married. If it happens, then it happens. But I'm not basing like betting my life. Well, I gotta get married. No,
Right.
I'm not. I feel like whoever I'm with, whatever we got going on, is what we got going on. That's it. But if I'm not ready to get married and or I feel like you're not ready, then it's not going to happen. Yeah, I'm not going to pressure you, and you're not going to pressure me. But if you don't want to be with me, regardless, say something. Don't try to hold on to me until you find somebody else. That's my thing.
But you ultimately want to get married, though, right?
At this point in life, I don't think I want to,
But
Right.
because I think my thing is what I'm looking for. I don't think I found it yet, or it has found me. So I'm on a fence. I probably want to get married. I probably I'm okay with not getting married. So it's like 50-50 for me. That's where I'm at right now. At this point in life
it just
right now.
depends on
That's how I feel.
if it's the right person, right?
Correct.
YWG said you capping, Carl.
He gonna mess around and we're gonna have to square up. Or I'm gonna have to or I'm gonna get the strap. Which one you want?
Damn, YWG.
You will get the strap. Stop playing with me, sir. Don't make me come out of retirement. Don't do it.
I thought you already came out
You
of
be my
retirement.
first client. I didn't. I was going to, but I didn't come out. So I was going to.
Good.
I was tempted
I'm
to go
glad
back
you
into
left them.
doing it.
I'm
I was
glad you left
tempted.
them thigh boots put up.
I still have them, but I just didn't, no.
I think people
I
can
need
be.
to
In,
protect
I
my
think people
business.
can be in long term committed relationships without being married, without their
If that's the
without
case,
their
they,
piece
they
of paper.
have what is it? The commitment
We can
ceremony.
jump the broom.
You can have a commitment ceremony and not get
We can
married.
have a traditional jump the broom and we married. We ain't got. I don't need no judge. I don't need no judge in front of me. I don't need no to profess my love for the woman that I want to be with. We can jump the broom. I'll take that. I'll take that
But
as much of a vow as standing in front of some judge and getting some marriage license. Because I know people that jumped over the broom and got married and they was together for a lifetime. They didn't need no piece of paper to say we're married.
why, WG? Why do you think it's so hard for you to believe that this is how I am? This is why I say to myself, I don't have time for games. I had an old father, like literally, I had an old father. Okay, my father, my father let me know what it was and how it is. So no,
Juanita,
this is why I am. This is why I
Juanita said
think
without the
different.
paper, it's cheaper to end if it don't work.
Plus, I heard if you get married and you get a divorce, you got to pay for your last name back. No, thank you.
You got to pay for your last name back.
I'm not. I heard that when you get married and y'all separate or y'all divorce, and if you want to go back to your maiden name, you have to pay for
Oh
that.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not.
You gotta
I'm
go to
not
the
sure
you
how
gotta go
true
to the
that is.
courts and yeah, you do.
I'm not. That's a lot of work.
Yeah. When you do have to yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Is all business, all money. It's all related. When you do that, it's all related to money. That's why you have to pay a
True,
lawyer to end it. Yes, it's all relegated on money. That's why I say I
but I
can
always
just
say,
jump. I can be with the woman that I love, that I'm in love with, and
mhm,
we can jump a broom. I don't need to pay $100 and whatever to get a marriage license, and I don't need all that. That's some American. That's America. This everything is about money in America, and love don't have nothing to do with money. It don't have nothing to do with a marriage license. It don't have nothing to do with this judge. It don't have nothing. Love don't have nothing to do with
mhm.
none of that stuff. But people have associated that with love. That's why you'll have people to think that they can take all of somebody's belongings because they fell out of love, and that's some bullshit.
That's why you're supposed to have a prenup if, involved,
My
so
man
that
Deep
protects you and
Pain,
the
my
person.
man Deep. I gotta highlight Deep.
D Pain here and Jackie Sleep. Oh man, that's messed
Relation
up.
Pain said relationships are overrated nowadays. There is no incentive for marriage. I can DoorDash food. I can hire a maid for cleaning and laundry. I can even hire a cutler
Bit
for those
myself.
lonely.
What? A cuddler? Yeah, cuddling. I'm gonna put some in you.
Oh,
Hey yo,
cuddler.
Is that a real thing? Come on now. Is that a real thing? Because I'm gonna call
Hey
one
man,
tonight.
hey, they got cuddling. They got
yes, it is.
cuddling.
It is. It is. It really is. It really
They got
is. It
cuddling
really is.
services out there where
What?
you can
Yeah,
pay
so
to
you
have
pay somebody to
somebody
come.
come and
You pay. I think you pay by the
yeah, you
hour.
can have and come somebody to spoon you
No.
Yep.
That's
with
Or
clothes
cold.
on.
or you could pay somebody. You could pay somebody to take a nap with you
With
too.
clothes on.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, what?
Just
Yeah.
No, I'm late.
go to
I'm
their
late.
house.
I'm late on this now.
Yes.
I'm late.
Then
My
you
mom
can
said
you
it
can
costs
pay by like
$25 to marry her dad and $500 to get rid of.
that's a lot of money.
Sugar and I said marriage is about money. That's why they legalize same-sex marriages. More
Yeah.
money,
Oh, there
divorces,
she go.
counseling,
There she
lawyers,
go.
weddings. It's yeah.
There she go.
Look, I got another browser open up. Look, I'm doing a search for
Look, you looking?
cuddler service.
He's doing the search for cuddling. This
Y'all
man
gotta
said,
stop playing. I didn't know that was a thing. Stop
yes,
bullshit.
yeah, they got cuddling services.
Go ahead. You gonna
Yeah,
find it. Go ahead. See if it's one in your
they'll come and
city.
spoon you for two
Hell
hours.
no, they gonna rob me. I don't believe in that. Fuck that. That's a setup.
Cuddling
That's a setup.
services. Yeah, man, you can pay somebody to come spoon you. D-Pain said the marriage
Yeah.
payouts were for the women from old who kept a house and they felt bad they didn't have anything to fall back on and felt obligated to stay. So so they set that up now. It's out of hand. Yeah, women will take everything. You just seen that with the basketball player and the singer. She took all his
That's
money and
why
then
you gotta
she
get a
took all his money
prenup.
and the day she got all his money, she said, "Now I can go smash my new dude in peace." Yeah, man, that's what women do.
True.
That's what women do. Women get
Get you a
mad and they want
prenup
it. They want everything.
to
They feel like
protect
they entitled to
yourself.
everything. No,
Mm-mm.
no.
Get a
You
prenup.
wasn't in that
When I
gym
came in here,
shooting them shots. You wasn't in that gym putting up them threes with him. You wasn't doing that. So I don't, man. Yeah, man. To leave it, I mean, he's hurt. They did an interview. They did an interview with I forgot his name. They interviewed him the other day. He's hurt. He said he was hurt. by the stuff
And
that she said in them divorce proceedings.
dang.
That's what women do. Women get angry.
Stop saying women, sir.
Hey,
But whose fault is that? His or hers?
That part. But he didn't protect himself.
I would say it's his fault then.
Right.
Because
It doesn't have to get a prenup if she don't want to
if I
sign
got
it.
that kind of
If
money,
she
I
ain't the
most
one.
definitely, you gonna sign a prenup or we not getting married. Man, there's no if ands or there's no if ands or buts about that. You gonna sign a prenup or yeah, we ain't getting married.
That's
The only thing should be split is whatever y'all made together. That should be split down the
look. It
middle.
don't matter.
Whatever you came in was.
It don't.
Go
It
ahead.
don't matter how much money you have. It don't matter how famous you are. You still could get turned out. You see what I'm saying? You're still a mark. That's my West Coast joke. You still a mark. You know what I mean?
I can't not call you a mark.
You're a mark. You're a Vic.
He's a Vic.
Hey,
I haven't
that's
heard this
East.
word in
That's
10
East
years.
Coast.
Vic.
That's East Coast.
Yeah,
You're
we
a
used to
Vic.
call people
Yo.
drunks Vics. She's a Vic.
Oh my God.
He's a Vic.
Y'all know that's
I
that for,
said
right?
it's society's fault. You heard I said it's society's fault and social media. Yeah, we just talked about that. You got these 40-year-old women twerking and dipping and thirst trapping
Huh?
on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook. Over 50, yeah, these ladies is thirst trapping. Yeah, man, don't know. Oh,
It's all over. It's all over too. I look at YouTube, right?
yep.
And it's all over. They just like to shake their ass in front of everybody.
In front of
It's like
everybody, man.
Mm-mm.
I like to look at a nice ass. Don't get me wrong, but it's like the market is saturated. So it's getting to a point where I see it, I swipe.
I don't even want to look at it no
All
more.
right,
I
I'll
don't.
swipe. I'm like, come on now. We see what you're doing.
That's a lot.
What you
A lot of
doing? What
jiggling.
you
It's
doing
like
in this
Oh, they got
world?
hurt.
I did a post. I did a post last week on that. Like a lot of women put value in titties and ass, and that's where if that's where you put your value at, that's where men are going. That's I mean, if that's their value and that's your and that's what like I said, when you do that,
That's
you're
why I got
destined to
couch
be a
cushion and tissue.
throwaway or a do dirty. Yeah, you're destined to be a do dirty. What's going on, Hurt?
I said add a padding.
Yeah, content creators, just like Judge said, yeah. You can go on Facebook and put in yoga.
Not
You
cunt.
can go right. I
Oh,
mean, you
oh
can go on
my.
YouTube and put in yoga, and
Yeah,
it'll
they
be
do that.
a lady
Yep,
with a lady with a moose knuckle in your face for
yep.
about 5 minutes.
Right. That's yep. That's what they do it for.
Yeah, man.
Fake them.
And I'm talking about
Oh my.
these ladies be having like 6 or 7 videos, but every video got 10 million views from them doing
Right.
yoga and putting a moose knuckle in your face.
Yep.
And that's what I
OMG.
mean. If that's what women portray their value at, that's where men are going. That's where men is going. I mean, if that's what you put your value at, men are going to acknowledge that, and you become a throwaway. You become a throwaway. D. Pay said thirst traps are for self validation, and if they need self validation, that means they need recharging like a Tesla, and eventually they will need more validation outside of the house.
Yep. 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 It's like a drug.
It's like a drug, man.
Mm-mm-mm.
Them ladies just posting, they checking their likes every 5 minutes to see how many people didn't like the video. Yeah, man. That's why it's so. I mean, and the thing about it is, men like that. Men like that. But that ain't nobody that we want to be in a relationship with.
You know, this internet is just a snapshot of the people out here in this world. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I think the internet is turning a lot of these females out, you know? But
Yeah,
they are who they are.
The
Look,
validation.
even if there wasn't no internet,
Right.
they'll be doing the same thing uh, somewhere else, maybe at a club or just showing out.
yeah,
It just brings the internet just puts a face on it. The internet just it's a snapshot of the people in this world. It just is.
hey,
They say it's because of the internet. No, it's just like they say uh money money brings out who you really are. A person with a lot of money. If you get a lot of money,
yeah.
it'll just bring out
Right.
it'll expose who you really are.
Jug said she got bullwinkle in her pants. A woman
Camel
who has
toe.
500,000 followers just shaking her. Yeah, a woman can make money in ways that a man could never
You even got to do it from Africa too. Them females from Africa,
make.
they
Hey man,
on that jump too.
hey man, they got them African ladies on there bouncing with no bras on. I'm like, man, come on, man. They on there bouncing with no bras on. I'm like, man, this is wild. You go to X, you go on X, it's X. Everything is X, X, X on
X
X.
rated.
Like people get porn channels on X, man. I mean, but you don't never see. I mean, you do. Few and far between. You see a woman with a collage of pictures and she's fully clothed. Women don't understand that you can be sexual and you can be sensual fully clothed. You can be sexual and you can be sensual fully clothed, and you leave something for the man to imagine and to want. You got your titties and your ass out, man, for everybody to see, man. I mean, I guess some people like that. I guess that's what's in right now. Everybody wants to be with some. Yeah, yeah,
No.
I don't understand.
No, thank you. Mm-mm. No, thank you.
T-Pain said if he was to smack him in the ass, he'd be wrong. Some of these chicks out here coming, yeah. You, I have seen. I've been out. These women got these little tennis skirts. They got these little tennis skirts where they wear, where basically they ass cheeks is hanging out the bottom of them. And they walking around with this. Hey, man,
They was doing that shit. They was doing that shit in the '80s, man.
hey, man,
That
not
shit
like
ain't that shit
hey,
ain't new.
these tennis skirts. It ain't even a skirt, man. The ass is out. Yeah, it's out. The skirt just come to like the
Mm-mm-mm.
middle. Yeah, man, the ass cheeks is hanging.
They was doing that shit with the Daisy Dukes. Remember when females were wearing
These,
Daisy
nah,
Dukes?
nah, these is worse than Daisy
They
Dukes.
let the ass hang out at the bottom. Y'all
These is
remember
worse.
those days?
These is worse than Daisy Dukes.
Oh my God.
These ain't no. Cause they don't have no shorts. This is just a tennis skirt and a thong with ass cheeks out.
Oh, you see his booty cheeks.
Yeah, couch cushions hanging all out. Couch cushions all over.
Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. No, no, no. All I wear is sweatpants and
Juggernaut
t-shirt. Stop
said
playing with
all
me.
that stuff on Instagram, all them naked women, and that's a distraction for when they take over the world. You pain in it.
Right. They're called costumes.
Chantel, good night. You gotta, yeah, rain, sleet, or snow. You gotta deliver that mail. So get your rest. We'll talk to you tomorrow night on the
Yep,
sex
I need to.
show.
Oh,
Yeah, I
go to
hope
bed.
y'all just keyed up talking nasty like y'all talking in the comments on the sex show.
I'm not coming tomorrow.
What you mean?
YWG
What
made
you
me
mean?
mad, so I'm not coming.
What you mean?
YWG made me mad.
What you mean? What do you mean?
I'm tired of arguing with him. Good Lord.
D-Pain said it had to be a man that created yoga pants. Hey, hey, hey. Well, I need to talk about she got one of them skirts with the couch cushions hanging out the bottom of
I mean, that's for bedroom activities, like my Dallas Cowboy cheerleader thing. Bedroom activities.
Hold on, you got a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader uniform.
Sure do. Sure do.
Okay,
Ooh, wait.
okay. You know I'm a Cowboys fan, so
Sure
I may
do.
need to see that.
So
I
am
need to
I.
see with them white
So
boots
am I.
on strutting around.
Sure.
Yeah.
I got a Batman outfit.
My favorite thing. Oh,
I ain't,
is that
I ain't
right?
got nothing but a birthday suit.
Oh shit.
Wait, do they make them that tall? Cause you say you 6'8". Do they make them that tall?
The
No,
Batman suit,
I don't got no Batman suit.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
man. God, the Batman suit probably come to
His
guy's ankles.
kneecaps.
His
You
ankles is
tall.
showing. Yeah, man. You can't wear. Yeah, man.
He got high waters on.
Can't be stiff, guy. You can't be 6'8" showing your ankles, man. Yeah, it's gotta fit right.
Nah, but if I win a cheerleader, you gotta be a referee if I win a cheerleader outfit.
What?
If I have the cheerleader outfit, you gotta be a referee.
I got a
You
boxer,
gotta call the plays.
boxers and a wife beater.
Yeah, man.
That's not how that works.
That's an outfit. That's an outfit.
Okay, I got a question. If I put up a pole, are you gonna dance in the pole?
No, Lord.
Who? What?
Why not? Why y'all won't dance in the pole?
Why not? Look,
Why not?
Man, you out your
Y'all
did
mind?
we
want to
just
twirl on the
did
pole?
we just have this conversation?
Yeah,
I
we
said
did.
I'm gonna be me. That ain't me. But
Like you gonna do
if you
dance
do it,
on the
hey,
stripper pole? Hell no.
I'm just saying.
No,
We can take
what are you
turns.
saying?
We can take turns.
no. Into the Izzo.
Juanita said most men's stuff are just
I
dirty.
tried.
Wow. How did this come? How did us
I
talking
tried.
about people single over 40 get to where we at now with this conversation, man? I'm telling y'all.
When do we ever stay on topic,
Yeah,
sir?
y'all
When?
freaked out. Some of y'all freaked out, man. Yeah, man. Right tomorrow night,
I
y'all
just
gonna
want
be,
to know if I throw a poll in the mix, what y'all do. I just want to know.
tomorrow night show is gonna be
Does it hurt to
titled "As
ask?
Nasty as You Want to Be." We're gonna talk about everything and anything sexual. Tomorrow's show is entitled "Nasty as You Want to Be." The sex show comes on every Friday night,
No.
11 p.m. sharp. Tomorrow night show is entitled "As Nasty as You Want to Be." We're gonna talk about everything.
Hey, look, all you gotta do is play some Acanelli.
Put it in
Mm.
your mouth. Yeah, we can't
No.
play no music, but yeah, we
Oh
can talk about. We're gonna talk about Akinelli. Yeah, we're gonna talk about moose knuckles.
my God. I am a virgin, people. What is wrong
We're
with
gonna talk
y'all?
about let her cook. We're gonna talk about the women getting in the kitchen, and yeah, like Glorilla said, let her cook.
Sir, that's not what she meant.
That's what she meant. Let her cook. I ain't gonna
Mm-mm.
even. I'm not gonna even front. I don't really like female rappers, but I like Glorilla. I don't know what it is about her little raspy
Look,
voice.
it's funny. I was thinking the same thing too.
But I like Glorilla, man. She don't, yeah, man. She ain't nasty. She ain't over now. She do have some nasty lyrics, but all her songs, I like Glorilla. Now, but you're not gonna hear me riding down the street listening to it. But I like Glorilla. So I mess with Glorilla. Yeah, she talk.
Juanita posted something. And I'm going to ask Juanita said that she used to buy costumes for her boyfriends. Would y'all wear costumes if your girlfriend bought it?
No.
Nah, I'm not doing.
Why
I'm not doing no role
not?
playing.
Why not?
No, I'm not doing no role playing. Much role playing as I'm gonna have is a robe with nothing on up under.
That's not role
That's my
playing.
role play.
So
The robe with nothing up under.
that's not role playing.
Jug said glow is like all the rest. I I like Glorilla, man. I don't know what it is about Glorilla. I just Glorilla reminds me of 2025 MC Light, but a little bit on the ratchet side. But yeah, man. I see a
I
little
hate
bit
this
of MC
flavor.
Light in
Y'all
Glorilla.
want some honesty? I like a fine girl.
Yes.
I like a fine girl. I do. I
You
like
like
them pretty.
Meg the Stallion.
But you know what? I like me a little ugly girl every now and again. I'll take me a little ugly one. But if she got a nice body,
A
I'll
little
take a little
6.5,
ugly one.
a little 5.0.
That's why I like Glorilla. I'll bag Glorilla. She's a funny looker. I'll take her.
Herb said he likes sweet tea. I love sweet tea when I was boy. I loved me some sweet tea when I was younger, boy. Woo wee.
Oh my
Her and
God.
Antoinette. I like Antoinette too.
I'll take a 10 and
Oh my
I'll take a
God.
10 or a 4. 10
What?
4.
Good Lord.
The Save a Hoe costume. Y'all ain't never, hold on, y'all ain't never seen the Save a Hoe costume on the E40 video? Come on now.
No, that's why
You
I
might need
asked.
to look up the Captain.
Which
You might need
video?
to look up Captain Save a Hoe.
Listen. Mm-mm. I know too many Captain Save hoes in my family, but
Wow. Damn, Juanita said she bought her dude some edible undies. What the? Y'all all
I mean I know how to make edible body butter.
y'all always Thursday night, man. Y'all can't never wait till Friday, man. It's just like it's
It don't never stay on topic, so this is nothing new. You know that's how it goes. And it's after 12 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock.
I
yeah.
had one of my exes bought me some of that. Bought me some of that. Man, I was like, girl, get this shit out. Man,
Did you didn't try it?
hell no. What am I doing? No. That
what
means
is what the
no.
fuck is it? Is it licorice or is it like a fruit roll up? I mean, what is it?
Yeah.
It is like something like that, man. She bought that shit, man. I didn't even take it out the backpack. I no, I don't do all that.
I mean, she wears it on
That
her,
shit ain't gonna
and then
do
they gonna
nothing
put the
but get
fruit roll up
sticky.
on
You
you.
gonna next thing you know, that shit gonna be sticky on you like a bologna skin. You know that red skin on that shit gonna. Yeah, I'm not putting nothing, no edible underwear on.
I can't.
That shit is just gonna get sticky. Hell no. Hell no.
I just ain't that freaky. I ain't. I'm not,
She gonna say yes you. She gonna say yes you do, and then she gonna say it's delicious. Oh my lord!
mm-mm.
I need a freak, okay? So I'm just saying.
Wow, Minnie Mouse, Minnie Mouse, you was tripping tonight. Edible underwear? I mean, no, I'm not putting no
They
fruit
have.
roll up on, man. Get out of here, man.
So you
Where do
want to
y'all
no
come up
girl
with?
put a fruit roll up on
Where do
you?
y'all come up with? I gotta go. I'm going to the Hustler store tomorrow because I'm gonna ask them, can I do the Sex Show podcast from the Hustler store? If you don't know Larry Flint, who was the editor of Hustler, he is from Cincinnati, Ohio, and they have several Hustler stores in the downtown area as well as out in the suburbs. And I'm going to go talk to them to see if I can do the Sex Show podcast from the Hustler store.
Mm.
Should be
Wow.
surrounded by sex if you're gonna be talking about sex. Yeah.
You can play with your toys.
Mm.
Hold on.
That,
She said
that
no. She bought the kind of fruit roll up underwear that he wear. Hell.
look. If a girl buy me edible
Oh
underwear,
no. Hurt and bought his woman some. He said it tastes good. You didn't ate some of them. You didn't ate some of them candy panties off your woman, man.
that's some bullshit. Hey, look.
What?
If a girl buy me some edible underwear, you know what I'm gonna do?
What?
I'm gonna get me a
Oh my
cuddler.
God.
Oh man. Hurt said it tastes.
Stop.
Hurt.
I'm gonna call me a cuddler.
My
Fuck
homie
that.
Hurt just ate some of them fruit roll up panties off his girl. Oh, Hurt man, you was wild dude, man. It tastes
Okay, so if
good.
you won't do
It
that, would
tastes
you do the
good,
edible
man.
body butter or the edible massage oil? What about the edible massage oil or
Hold
the
on,
edible
hold
body
on.
butter?
Hold on. Juanita talking about somebody would be afraid of her toy box. What the? Oh man,
Oh
what?
Jesus Christ! Oh, be quiet.
Edible
Be quiet.
underwear. What else you got in edible underwear? Come on
I
now.
just told you edible body butter and edible massage oil, and she got that for me because I made
Oh
it
yeah,
for her.
that's dope.
Okay, okay, you do that.
Y'all wow. Y'all wow. Y'all
I mean, you gotta spice it up sometimes.
wow. Jug said a man should never do those things, but put them edible underwears on. Hell no.
No, that's
And
just
then her said, hell yeah, they taste good. Hell yeah, he done ate something off his woman. Oh man, y'all wild as hell, man. Y'all wild as hell, man.
Just
Y'all
saying.
wild as hell.
You
Listen,
never know until you try it.
yeah, off his wife. I said his wife. He ate them up. Yeah, it hurt you wild as hell, man. Oh, oh, sticky mouth.
Don't put me. Don't write that. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that comment.
What comment?
Delete that comment, Juanita.
Wow. Eccentric gonna say yes. Eat it off. Boy, y'all turn.
I don't know what Juanita's talking about. I'm a wholesome person.
Wow.
talking about
Juanita
put it
brought
in your
up edible
mouth. That's what
underwear.
I'm
Now we didn't got on edible panties, and now eccentric is talking about. Yeah, Herb said he won't wear them. I'll put it on my foot. So yeah, I ain't putting no fruit roll up boxes on. No, hell. Jug said it sound feminine for the chick to eat them underwear off you.
Oh my God.
Boy, y'all are wow. 40-year-old
Mm-mm.
singles to edible underwear. It be like that some nights, y'all. It be like
What if
that. Hit the like
what if
button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button.
what if a little piece of that you eat all the underwear off? What if a little piece fall up in his butt crack? You gonna eat that too?
Not a butt crack. Well, there are some females who eat butts, so no. There
You
are
talking
some
about the
females who would
underwear?
eat a man butt. I don't know what men gonna eat a butt, but I'm just saying. I've heard there are some females who, you know,
Jug
Of
said
course
a
they
grab
man
do.
them
eating
butt hard.
panties. Jug said a man eating
I'll
panties
be
off a
honest.
woman
I'll
is
be
okay.
honest. When I was 20, I think I was like 21 or something like that. I was 21, and a girl did that to me. I tried it one time. I ain't like that shit.
Did it feel wet?
That was the only time I tried it. This was in '92.
Oh, boy, y'all some wild boys,
This
man.
was '92, Aaron. I tried that shit. They talk about that shit today, right? About eating ass and shit. I was like, damn, this girl ate my ass way back then. And I was
Yeah, there
like,
are
nah.
some people out
Boy,
there who like doing that.
you had a freak. She was doing that
Yeah,
back in the '80s, boy. You had a
she left
freaky D,
she left this
boy.
she left this
You had
brown
one of them
town wet.
chicks Rick James was singing about.
Nah, I ain't like that shit. I
Judge
felt
said a
funny.
man eating panties off a woman is okay, but a man should never wear edible drawers. Yeah, I'm not
Why
putting on.
not? You gotta live a little.
The most the most woman gonna see me is in some speedos. I'm not putting on no edible drawers. That's a no no.
Mm-mm-mm. I
Hey,
mean, why not?
if the dude wanna put some sticky fruit roll up underwear on, more power to him. But I'm not. Yeah,
You can put
you
whipped
wasting
cream on.
your money if you buy some fruit roll up boxes and think I'm putting things on.
You
But
can put whipped cream.
my girl can put some of them edible panties on though.
But she can't put it on you.
Nah, we not. Nah.
Mm.
And if they got an edible bra, that'd be even better.
They have
If
one
they
of
got
those.
an edible bra, that'll be
They
even
have
better.
that.
Get one of them double D, one of them double D candy bras. Yeah,
Oh, Jesus
I'll
Christ.
eat that
A
bad
double
boy up.
D. Good Lord. That's a lot.
Herb said, "Would I lick whipped cream?" Oh yeah, I done that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that ain't nothing.
No,
Whipped
because
cream.
she licking off of you though.
That's basics. That's getting freaky 101.
Yeah,
Whipped
that's
cream.
chocolate syrup. Man, yeah, man.
So then you gotta go to the next step then. If you done did all that, go to the next step.
Oh Lord, look at you. You just ain't gonna
God,
quit.
you God don't do me like that.
Why you said we talking about not now? See, getting sticky from sex is one thing. Getting sticky from having some fruit roll up underworld, that's a different type of sticky. I don't want. No, I don't. No, I
An
don't want to
edible
be
condom
watching
is in
fruit
the
roll up
roll
off
up.
of me. Yeah.
My
I mean, I'm
God.
thinking that that's what I mean. Is it licorice? I mean, I'm trying to envision in my mind what some candy boxes would be made out of. But I mean, is it made out of them little things that was on the string? That you? I mean, what the fuck is it? What is it made out of?
Oh my God.
Jugger and I said, get an edible condom and he'll watch you work.
That's nasty. I don't know what that is.
Oh man,
Mm-mm.
it gets sticky if you hit. Yeah, I don't, man.
I don't know what
Yeah,
that
man, that
is.
seems like, yeah, man, nah, hell, no, I'm not putting no, yeah. So yeah, ladies over 40, you trying to date me, yeah, don't, nah, I ain't doing that.
So you just like it plain?
She said if she leaves you sticky, she the damn. If a chick, if you put some candy underwear on and you're not sticky, what you doing? That chick got a wet mouth,
Oh my
and ain't
God.
nothing wrong with a wet mouth. Nothing
I
wrong
wouldn't
with
know
that
nothing
at
about
all.
that. I am wholesome.
What?
I said I am wholesome. I don't do nothing.
Wow. Jug said, get an edible condom and I'll watch you work. And Juanita said, that's basic, not freaky. What the? Hold on, Juanita. Hold on, Juanita. Minnie Mouse, you're going to have to come back on the mic.
No. Mm.
Hold
They
on.
still
Black
gonna.
men. She said, Juanita, are you saying that black men ain't freaky? You didn't ate one of them things off a white dude?
Yeah.
Oh no. Juanita did.
This is about the stories I be hearing.
You ate
Good
one of them things
Lord.
off a white dude. I know it has some hair on it because white people hairy. Legs be
Why would you
hairy and
say that?
huh?
Why would you say that? That's nasty.
I mean, she said black males shaking her head, so I'm thinking she done ate one off a white dude, and I'm like, that motherfucker gets sticky and hairy. Yeah, okay, Juanita. Okay. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Oh, she's
Mm.
talking whipped cream and chocolate.
And y'all
I'm with
basic.
it. I'm with it. You can put some whipped cream and some chocolate on me. I'm with that.
Mm.
Uh-oh, Juggernaut said it was an older lady at the gas station saying she has a younger guy so she can train him. She was not attractive at all, at least not to me.
Oh my God.
An older lady at the gas stand, she was talking to you. She wanted you, Jug. She wanted you. You know, them ladies in the A, wow. Especially if the ladies in the A, if they know that you ain't playing on the other team, yeah, they be real, what's the word I'm looking for? Aggressive. Hey, my man,
Mm-mm-mm.
guy, man, I appreciate you coming through tonight, brother. I
Good
appreciate
night.
you. Come through tomorrow night, guy, to the sex show. Please come through, bro.
Hey, look, it
11
was
o'clock.
fun.
We got 18 people here. We got 12 likes. Hit the like button for me. I need 6 people to hit the like button. Hit the like
Hey,
button.
it was fun,
Subscribe to
man.
the page. What's that?
It was fun talking to you guys, man. I'll probably holler at y'all
Have a
tomorrow.
good
I'll hit
night.
you tomorrow.
All right, good night.
Good night.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Yeah, man. My homie guy. My homeboy
Mm-mm-mm.
guy came through tonight. 6'8", the 6'8" IT manager.
Good Lord.
Jug,
Good
I'll let you
Lord.
later on, my brother. I will get with you.
Good
We'll get
night.
But yeah, tonight was a good night. We coming up on 4 hours and we got about 6 more minutes. I'm gonna end this show at 4 hours and a half. This has been a great show. The show started off, we were talking about, single women over 40 and whose fault is it that they are single. And we came to a decision that it really depends on the person. Some people are accountable with the choices that they've made and they change their ways and they make better choices. And some people are hard headed. Came to them. Hurt. Thank you for coming through, brother. Thank you for coming
Good
through. Yeah,
night.
man. Hey, I got some jokes for you now, Hurt. But yeah, Karma Sweets,
Yes.
you had your teammates in here tonight with you. And yeah, y'all a wild bunch.
I have to
Find out.
bring Juanita in
Let me find.
too.
Let me find out you got. Let me find out you got some. You got some candy draws covering the couch cushions.
I don't do that stuff, so I'm very wholesome. I don't do nothing. So I don't do that.
Everybody in the chat don't believe that.
I am very
Everybody,
wholesome. It's been a
don't
minute
believe.
for me, people. It's been a minute. Thank you.
Everybody in the chat don't believe
Whatever.
that. Everybody in the chat don't believe
Right. I am innocent. Thank you.
Lab Addicts Music
You know what
Group.
time it is? This is Conversations with Maas.
that. What you got to say,
Subscribe now,
Karma Sweets?
lock in. Let's go.
Good
Real
night,
shit, street
peoples.
shit, man, we watching
What's
Maas.
that?
Real shit, street
That was
shit,
it.
man, we call on Maas. Real
That's what
shit,
you got to
street
say.
shit, man, we watching
Nothing. Good
Maas.
night.
Real shit, street shit, man, we call on Maas.
Hey,
Lab Addicts Music Group.
boy
This
Maas,
is Conversations with
y'all know what we
Maas.
do over here. We have grown up conversations. Now, the conversations may
Lab
start
Addicts Music
You know what
Group.
time it
in
is?
one direction,
This is Conversations with
but through the
Maas.
course of the night,
Subscribe now, lock in.
conversations always change, but they always
Real shit, street shit, man, we
are
watching
good,
Maas. Real shit, street
wholesome,
shit, man, we call on Maas.
fun.
Real shit, street shit, man, we watching
We have this
Maas. Real
conversation
shit,
because
street shit,
we
man,
learn
we
it
call
from
on Maas.
instance.
Lab Addicts
We're
Music
not
Group.
trying to learn from
This
instance.
is Conversations with
But
Maas.
if it's your first time coming through, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Tomorrow night, 11 o'clock, the sex show.
Lab Addicts
Tomorrow
Music
night
Group.
is nasty as you want to be.
This is Conversations
Don't
with
tell them what we're going to
Maas.
talk about.
Subscribe now, lock
But
in. Let's go.
the
Real
Thursday
shit, street shit, man, we watching Maas. Real shit,
over
street shit, man, we call on Maas. Real shit, street
with
shit, man, we
Master
watching Maas.
Thursday.
Real shit, street
Another
shit,
edition
man, we call on